Afternoon, everybody. Today is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on August 12th, 2020. We have a crowd in here today. We actually have three commissioners in the meeting room with Kelly McNicholas Curry and Patty Clapper. And then we have John Peacock and Andrew running our IT support. And we have three presenters also in the room. We have the biggest crowd we've had in here in a long, long time, I believe. So first up, let's see. We were supposed to do this acknowledgement, but I didn't get the list, so we'll have to pass on that. John, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Oh boy, no. No, there are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Musical intro.
Okay, now is the time for public comments, which you must limit your comments to 3 minutes per speaker. And you can phone in on the phone that is not listed on the agenda this time. Is it showing up on the screen, the grassroots screen? So we'll give a minute for people to phone in. Okay, we have one phone caller, looks like, so we could turn them on. The phone number is 0928. You are live. You can start talking.
Steve, this is Mick Ireland, and I love meetings, and I just had to help you. You don't have many people coming. So I'm actually here because today I believe you will be asked to ratify or consider ratifying some abatements that came to the hearing officer, me, and I'm just available in case anybody has any questions about the nature of the rulings or the underlying law. I can tell you why I did what I did and what the law is. There aren't very many, and I am here for that purpose. And I don't know when it comes up on the agenda, but I'll be here until it does in case there are any questions.
Okay, Mick, thank you. And Larry's also on the Zoom meeting, Larry Fight, so when we get to that item pretty soon, we'll feel free to contact you to ask questions.
Okay, I'll just sit here. I don't see Larry up on my screen, but I know who he is, and I will recognize his voice, so it'll be okay.
Okay, thank you, Mick. So I don't think we have any members of the public calling in today. Kelly?
I just want to note it wasn't published on the agenda. So I don't know if we want to put that up on the screen for people to call in. We didn't catch that.
They do have it
They do have it
the-
on Grassroots? Okay.
They do have it on the screen on the grassroots screen. So I think we now have the list of the employees for the milestone anniversaries. Now, normally during about this time of the year, we would have an employee picnic out in Galena Plaza or Veterans Park or somewhere. We can't do that this year, an in-person thing, so we are just going to recognize the employees who are celebrating their anniversaries. And then I know that Charlotte has some sort of a gift or something to give to people that we obviously can't give that to them today, but all these people will be getting something. So for the 25 to 35 year anniversaries, we have for 35-year employee is Cindy Hubin from Community Development. That's pretty awesome, 35 years. 30 years, we have 3 people, Lisa McDonald in Attorney's Office, Ron Ryan in the Sheriff's Office, and John Ely in the Attorney's Office. 25 years, we have Shelley Popish in the Clerk's Office. 20 years, we have Jane Achi in the Attorney's Office. 15 years, we have Bonnie Shiles in Community Development, Jeff Bradley in the Library, Phyllis Mattice in the Manager's Office, Connie Baker in Finance, Virginia Beasley in the Library, Sarah Roush in the Jail, Natalie Crick in the Library, and 10-year anniversaries. We have Cheryl Hasselbring in the Assessor's Office, Lindsay Utter in Open Space, Genevieve Smith in the Library, Bill Russell at the airport, Danette Logan in Human Resources. The 5-year anniversary, we have Josh Martin in Fleet, Lisa Yorker in Human Services, Naju Belmont in Treasurer's Office, Josh Bennett in the Sheriff's Office, Carrie Fleischman in BITS, Ligia Bonilla in Economic Assistance, Ryan Voss in Sheriff's Office. Oh, we got a whole bunch more here. Megan Breasted in Dispatch, Alex Durant in BITS, Jeff Kruger in Telecom, Price Hadley in Open Space, Chris Barudi in Public Works, Elizabeth Nix in Family Services, Christy Long in Community Development, Skylar Clay in BITS, Liesel Hodfield in Dispatch, Doug Oliver in Solid Waste Landfill, Dave Plush in Solid Waste Landfill, and Jesus Sanchez in Solid Waste Landfill.
Wow.
So, yeah, give a many thanks to all of those employees for their dedication to the county and the hard work that they do. You know, we hardly ever receive any complaints about the county employees. They're here to serve the public, and I think they do a darn good job of it. So thanks from the Board of County Commissioners to all the employees who are being honored today. Do any other commissioners want to make a comment about any of these recognitions?
I just want to thank everybody for their hard work, especially now at this time, what we're going through. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate people hanging in there with us.
Absolutely. Okay.
Well, Steve, I just would love to echo what Patty said. It's just I really appreciate everybody who's been with the county and the longevity of service here. The time they've spent here is a testament to, one, the stability and the security we have in this county, and it reflects in our ability to take care of what needs to be taken care of for the public. So I'm very grateful to all of our employees, and thank you for hanging in there. Cindy Hubin, hang in there some more. I think you were the 35th. You're the top of the list right now, right? And she was the longest served on at least the top of your list. Seeing maybe one or two others, but just wanted to say wow and thank you.
Kelly.
Thanks. Yeah, I just also want to acknowledge that a lot of people were asked to step up in different ways this last year and outside of their training and maybe their comfort zones. And, I want to just acknowledge that, over and above efforts that many people have made so that the county can continue to be successful, and that you know, we support you in an enriching career, and we support you in work-life balance, and, you know, we hope that, you know, you love Pitkin County and are proud to work for it, as we are proud to have you.
Okay, now we've kind of started commissioner comments. George, why don't you?
No, I was just going to say, I don't think staff really knew that this was happening today. So they're probably going to be a little surprised. I just got an email from a text from Cindy Hubin and said, "Oh my God, was this just announced?" So it's a surprise for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, if we'd been having our picnic for all the employees, it wouldn't have been a surprise then, because that's an annual thing, but I wish there was some way we could do a virtual presentation of whatever kind of gifts they're getting from Charlotte. So, moving into commissioner comments about other items besides these recognitions.
Can we start with Mr. Peacock? I think he's,
Oh, yes, John, you did have one to say, so. I'll hand it
Yeah,
over
I'm
to
sorry, I don't qualify for commissioner comments, but thanks for letting me jump in. Just wanted to note for the board and the public, obviously I think most people are aware right now of the Grizzly Creek fire, which is exceeded 3,200 acres in Glenwood Canyon right now, and has caused the closure of I-70 in both directions. And consequently, we're seeing a lot more traffic coming up Highway 82 and over Independence Pass. Included in that traffic, since I-70 has been closed due to the fire, we've had 75 large trucks or vehicles that have been contacted trying to go over the pass. The pass is currently closed because of actually 2 trucks that had incidents on Highway 82. As a result, the Sheriff's Department, along with the State of Colorado Highway Patrol, it has requested that CDOT consider a closure of Independence Pass until such time as the conditions that are causing this heavy traffic and large truck traffic to go over Independence Pass to be resolved. And so that may be I-70 reopening or some other tracking or monitoring. We have not heard back definitively yet whether the state is going to support that closure. There seem to be some conversations still ongoing with CDOT and the governor's office. So the pass right now is closed because of incidents, and just wanted to let the board know that there is a request to consider closing the pass for safety reasons until we can get this under control.
I think George has a,
Kelly?
Thanks, Steve.
And
Yeah,
then
I would
George.
just comment that with a fire to the north, keeping Independence Pass safe and accessible needs to be a priority should we need to evacuate, you know, for this fire, which hopefully won't grow that big, but anything else with such high fire danger right now. So thanks, John. Let us know if we need to make some calls or.
Yeah, we may need some board support if the state is not cooperative in that.
Okay, George?
Yeah, John, I wonder, you never know what the state's going to do, obviously, but I know that on our side, our deputies have been out there ticketing, and I just wonder if we're getting any support from the Lake County side. It seems like we had some a deputy both sides of the pass by Twin Lakes and one right up here outside of town. We could stop a lot of those trucks before they get into trouble. And then my other question or concern is, of course, the next alternative that we'll see heavy truck traffic trying to negotiate will be over Cottonwood Pass from Eagle County. So it's a problem, but I think we need to, we can't get help from CDOT. We need to try to encourage and get support from our local sheriff departments and maybe even state patrol to help out on both sides of the pass.
Yeah, so George, just a note, Cottonwood Pass in Eagle and Garfield counties is closed. So that pass has been closed. I think that's pushed even more of the traffic to Independence Pass. We have had law enforcement, our sheriff's department. I know Aspen has been supporting us in that effort. Our understanding is there is not right now the same ability to support that in Lake County. And so there's been requests to State Patrol to support that, and they have not had the resources. And that is why we've made the request to close until we can either figure out a better enforcement mechanism and or I-70 opens up, providing relief for that traffic.
Well, thanks. I didn't realize Cottonwood Pass had closed.
Yeah, and just for the just for the public, in addition to Cottonwood Pass and I-70, Coffee Pot Road, Transfer Trail, Kleintop Mesa roads are closed, as are much of the lands and access for BLM and Forest Service in those areas.
So George, Cottonwood Pass is closed because of a semi overturning up there. Cottonwood Pass is even harder for a semi to get over because there's a steep, narrow section that is not even 1.5 lanes. It is only 1 lane, and I think that's where they got into trouble there. Yeah. And they haven't gotten the truck out of there yet, so that's what's happening there.
Would the board be supported, or would the board support a request from the sheriff's office if necessary? Could we draft something for the chair's signature in support of that? I guess that would be a discussion that
Well,
we should have.
let's see what happens. You said that we might have a decision maybe sometime this afternoon, so
Yeah.
maybe at the end of this meeting we can further discuss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do have something.
Yeah, Patty.
One of my concerns, John, is we have to look at our other neighbors, and by closing the Independence Pass shoves all that traffic either to McClure or over through Meeker and through Rifle, and they're already packed. So I'm not sure what the best solution is. And is there any thought of, since the state troopers are busy, I mean, everybody's maxed right now in this region, bringing in National Guard? I mean, it'd be great if we could have National Guard posted and just keep these trucks off the pass and campers and anything big, and just allow, passenger vehicles to cross, just to kind of help relieve some of the pressure on our neighboring jurisdictions. So that's a thought. I mean, I think it's time we look for outside resources to really help enforce these highway issues. Or, one accident that starts another fire in Meeker or on the pass, or, in Gunnison County or, Delta or anywhere over there from all the traffic going over, that's another disaster. It's going to just pin everybody in when we're in the middle of it. So I think that might be a thought if we can. I don't know what it takes to bring in the National Guard to help, but we're getting to that point.
Yeah, it would be
That's a good
through the
idea.
state and governor's office.
Yeah, so maybe we could pass that along as one of our thoughts to the, with the issues with CDOT and the governor. We need help. But my
So-
public comment as a commissioner
Yeah,
is
Commissioner
just for
comment.
people to be safe. Just think about it. Be safe. I know it's frustrating when the trucks pass all those multiple signs and they just choose to read them and ignore them. Is just not acceptable, but it's happening. We're trying to manage it. We're doing the best we can right now with the resources we have. So we just have to ask people to make safe choices out there and really, really think about what they're doing. We've had mountain rescue going out day after day after day for people who might be hiking in places they shouldn't be, they're not prepared for. There's no way to prepare them. They're from different elevations. They get up there and have issues. So please make wise decision. It's really putting pressure on our public resources in the Roaring Fork Valley.
Also, I would like to urge people to really be cautious about fires. We've gotten reports up on Capitol Creek of people with big campfires out in the National Forest land. Some of it in areas where open fires are not allowed in the wilderness, period, and there are people doing fires out there. it is so extremely dry right now. We're in really severe drought conditions. Everyone, for your own safety, I think in the whole valley should be preparing in your mind and physically an evacuation plan for yourself and your family. That would mean if getting a go bag with your important papers and photographs and things that if your house burns down, what do you absolutely want to not have burn? Get that all packed and ready to go, because not even counting the Grizzly Creek fire, which is on both sides of the Colorado River now, there could be one lightning strike and we could have one or more fires other parts of the Roaring Fork Valley. So I'd urge everybody in the public to be extremely cautious with any sorts of flame, including cigarettes or camp stoves or anything, and be prepared to evacuate from your house if necessary. So we want everybody to be safe. We hope there are no more fires. We hope that this fire at Grizzly Creek can be brought under control, although at this point it is 0% contained. And so, you know, this could be a long rest of the summer for all of us. George.
We're sort of having a hybrid of commissioner comments, which is fine. And John, you may want to speak about now starting Friday, going into stage 2, fire restriction. And my question though is, piggybacking off of Steve's comments, is does the Forest Service, or can we work with the Forest Service to get some signages up by all the trailheads in the county, or as many as we can, certainly the popular ones, letting a signage, letting everyone know that it's stage 2 fire restrictions and what that means? Because frankly, most people are not going to be hearing our discussion today, certainly not all the people coming from out of town. So it seems like we need to have some signages, temporary signages at all our trailheads. Is that a possibility, John?
We can certainly request. I know the Forest Service is deeply involved in the fire response right now, so I don't know what their capacity is, but we'll actually, I think Valerie, though, is Valerie still on? She may be able to answer some of these.
Yeah, and
questions.
I thought the fire ban kicked in sooner.
Valerie is on, so Valerie.
I am. I don't seem to be, okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know why, oh, I know why I'm not on the video. Okay, there I am. Thank you for calling me. I'm chomping at the bit here to jump in. Yes, thank you all for what you're saying. We need everybody to be aware of our critical fire danger at this point. We went into stage 1 fire restrictions on July 2nd, and the data now supports that we go into stage 2 restrictions, which are much more restrictive. The biggest change is there are no fires allowed. Under stage 1, you could have fires in campsite developed fire pits. Under stage 2, no fires even in the campgrounds and developed sites are allowed. And also, there's no smoking allowed outside, just in a vehicle or in a building. And we did coordinate extensively with all of our regional partners and federal partners. So we're all going into stage 2 at 12:01, so first thing Friday morning. But as far as signage, yes, I mean, we didn't go into stage 2 today because it takes the Forest Service a while to do the work with the signage and stuff, because that's a very important component of it. And the county has stage 2 laminated flyers that you will see all over the place as well, and the RAFTA bus stations and all the key spots in the county and all the municipalities as well. So you should see extensive signage. We're all set with our public outreach, with our ads in the paper and extensive use of social media. We've got the fire restriction banner hanging in all the municipalities over Main Street in Aspen. I mean, we have hit every single avenue to get the word out about the high fire danger. There'll be a lot of signage out at the airport. They've got the stage 1 information out there. We're switching that out as well for visitors when they get off the plane and light up a cigarette. There's going to be a sign right there. So I can't think of anything we're missing as far as outreach. It's crucial right now, to your point, Steve and George and everyone else. Are there further questions? Oh, I don't know what else I wanted to mention since I have this opportunity. Steve, my hot button right now is we need the public to be ready to take action. They all need to have an evacuation and sheltering plan. It's always important, but with COVID, it's even more important. Everything is more complicated with COVID. If you start thinking about the sheltering situation, et cetera. And our emergency support function teams, and we've been anticipating this since the spring, early spring. All of our teams were immersed in COVID, but we have switched gears. We work in an all-hazard world, and we're anticipating every day that today's the day we're going to have the fire. So our teams are ready. I mean, yes, we are tapped on public health and human services. It'd be a stretch for them to participate as they normally would, but we've got a very robust team, and we will all pitch in and do what needs to be done. We're as prepared as we can be under these very stressful, trying times. I'll stop there and take any questions you might have.
Okay, Greg, and then Kelly.
Thanks, Valerie. Good to see you here. Hope you're getting enough sleep and not worrying too much late in the night, as you tend to do with this job you've got. What would be the best advice for homeowners in Pitkin County? I think right now to go out and start cutting wood might actually create some danger. You don't want to do it in this time of intense dryness. But what's the message regarding fire mitigation for homeowners in the brush-choked areas of our community? I just keep hoping the more we talk about it, the more the word gets through.
And to your point, if they haven't done it already, they've somewhat missed the opportunity. Things are too hot and dry to be out there doing a lot of work right now. I mean, you can do simple things, housekeeping chores around your house, clean your gutters. It's because it's the embers that fly a mile in advance in the front of the fire that will land in your gutter and start your house on fire. Move your wood pile away from your home, rake under your deck, things like that. Simple things, just so you don't give an ember an opportunity to start a fire. So we always advocate for that, but really the time to be planning your mitigation project, and it's a tough sell. I've been trying for 8 years to get people actively engaged in mitigation, as well as the fire department, and it's difficult to get people to engage. They think we already had our fire, they're like, Christine, we're done, or it won't happen to me. Those are both fallacies. People really need to get more engaged and do what they can to create defensible space. And we're also making a big push with hardening your homes using fire-resistant materials so your house isn't that flammable. But where we're at right now, people just need to be ready to go. If they don't have a plan in advance, and they get an evacuation notice, there's no guarantee you're going to get a pre-evac notice. You could get an evac notice that says go. Or you may look out your window and there's a fire coming over the ridge. You may not even get that Pitkin alert. So you need to be ready to take quick action. And if you haven't thought about it, it's scary, it's frightening, and people have a tendency to freeze. So think about it in advance. What are your evacuation routes? You should always sign up to receive Pitkin alerts, Pitkin emergency notifications. What are your evac routes? What's your family communication plan? If a fire starts and one of your kids is at home and one's down valley, one's up valley, and you're someplace else, I mean, how are you going to communicate with your family? What are the essentials you need to have with us? Every time we have any kind of an evacuation, there's somebody that doesn't have their meds with them. So think about things like that. What can you not live without? And then depending upon how much time you have, you can get into your heirlooms and niceties. Pet plans, and the list goes on, but I would suggest everyone go to ready.gov/plan. There's a wealth of information there. None of this is difficult if you do it in advance.
Okay, thank you,
I have a
Valerie.
question.
Patty?
Valerie, for those people that are listening to this who may be residents of Eagle and Garfield, how do they sign up for emergency notices from Eagle and Garfield counties?
Let me see. I think it's ecalert.org. And I can't remember on Garco. It's Garco.
Can
I
you
can't remember.
bring that back to us later in the meeting so we can maybe bring it up at the end of our meeting for open discussion? Just because I know there's a lot of people that work in Pickens County or work for the county that live in other counties, and I want to make sure that they know how to get their emergency, especially if there's an evac information in Eagle or Garfield.
Yeah, definitely. We went through that with Lake Christine and then the threaded debris flows mid-valley. People were signing up for both Eagle
Yeah.
and picking alerts, and it is crucial. And we are coordinating closely with those counties, and they're also going into stage 2 fire restrictions on Friday as well. But I will actually, Patty, I'm up later in the agenda to talk about a grant, so
Right.
I'll have it by.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Valerie.
Okay, are there other commissioner comments? Patty?
No, Kelly.
Kelly?
You're just used to me being in the room.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I just want to comment that, all of these things take loads and loads of resources. And another way that people can be thinking about how to ensure our community has resources that we need is by completing your census. It's really important. Snowmass Village, I'm looking at you. People are going to come knock on your door to see if you've done it because you didn't receive something in the mail. And, Pickens numbers could be better. So please go to 2020census.gov. Your response is the equivalent of $2,300 per year over the next 10 years coming into our community to fund important things that we need, like public safety, and emergency response. So thanks for considering that. If you haven't ticked that off your list for 2020, take the time to do so over your morning coffee.
Really easy to do.
2020census.gov.
George?
I've got a new bird for Patty. It's
Oh.
quiet out here, but we could see.
Oh, it's a turkey.
A turkey.
Gosh, it's going to gobble through our whole meeting, George. Thank
We
you.
got a turkey back.
You just made my day.
Okay, Andrew has informed me that a whole bunch of people have come on as participants. I think a lot of them are here for the North 40 fire discussion. Some people, I think they were having trouble getting on the phone and are now on the phone. So we want to
So
try to
cool.
figure out if there's anyone who had called in to make comments about something that is not on the agenda today. And I don't know, do we just have to go through each one and see?
So we should definitely ask the phone number to speak. The people with names should be able to raise their hands if they have something.
Okay, if you want to do public speaking and have the raise your hand, which a lot of you, your name is on the thing, you should be able to raise your hand. So Sam Rose, you raised your hand. Do you want to speak now?
Yeah, I'd like to voice my support for the North 40 housing project. I'm a probie for the volunteer fire department, and it's definitely housing that would allow me to stay in Aspen long term. That's very necessary and near and dear to me, and I'd like to voice my support for it. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, and we are taking comments later about the North 40 fire thing. We're looking for comments about things other than the North 40 fire housing. And there is a 4228 phone number, the last four. And I don't know, was that your number, Mick?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
No,
Hi, this is Sean Cox, and I would like to make public comment. And I just have one question, which I do not expect you to answer, but in regard to the APSHA board, I just want to, are you proud of a board that rules through fear, and a majority of the people that live in the housing are afraid to be able to live their lives and have quiet enjoyment of their property because of the fear that has been created and continues to run throughout all of the housing facilities? And basically that's all I wanted to say. And next I have Kay Anderson, who also wanted to speak, so she will take her turn now.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Hello. I just wanted to make a comment about, I feel like you should make every effort possible to work things out with people. We know there are misunderstandings everywhere. And if you could just be reasonable, charge a fine, because they didn't know or weren't aware of what was happening. Charge a fine so people don't have to panic that they're going to lose everything they've worked for. So, and this is America, and I want to encourage you to follow our American tradition and help our people, especially when they're trying. They help everybody who doesn't even try. So you should help people who are trying. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling.
Hey, Steve, it's Lee Mulcahy.
Okay, Lee, go ahead.
So I had just sent Steve. I think your the video guy David has the video. Instead of making a comment, could I just play that video for you guys, please? It's 3 minutes.
Now, did you receive
Charlotte
the video?
has it.
We know that Charlotte got it. I think it's in is it in your computer, Andrew? And we can only run 3 minutes, so cut it off if it's longer than 3 minutes. We don't know how long it is, Lee.
It is 3 minutes.
3 minutes and 6 seconds.
That's over.
Okay, Andrew is gonna try to put that up here right now.
Thank you.
See, that's the problem, Steve. By the time we get the technology set
Yeah,
up, we're
yeah.
too far over, and we've got. So if he could send that to each of us, we can watch it individually.
That might be better. I'm having trouble getting the audio to pipe.
We're not getting the audio to work, Lee. Lee, I think that,
I could just play it right here if you want.
It's already
Well,
taken us minutes to set it up, and we
Lee, I think we've all got access to that email from Charlotte, I believe. I think the best thing would be for each of us to look at it, rather than take more time to try to figure out the technology of this.
Okay, well, could I just say one thing, please, sir?
Yes.
Okay. It is unfortunate that the two county commissioners, you guys birthed APSHA, the Aspen Housing, but the two county commissioners that serve on it, one is from New York City and the other is from right near New York City in New Jersey. And as Westerners, we value freedom, we value liberty, but we expect the government to follow its own laws, which, as many citizens are aware, APSHA does not do that. And to bring your imported ideas from New York City to evict a family that built their own home when you have almost broken every law to protect pro se litigants, and my mom specifies many of those in the video, so I would appreciate that you look at it. And I just think it is super shameful, to our Western values of liberty and freedom that you guys, we brought you 2,000 signatures from people in front of the courthouse, in front of City Market, and those were collected by an 85-year-old widow. And whether you give us a public hearing in APSHA or this board or the City Council, we don't care. But the reason that is so significant to us is because, why? It opens a can of worms, and it shows the public how many times APSHA broke the law. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Okay, let's look back at the screen, Andrew, and see if there's any other. I think, if anyone else has a public comment that could raise your hand that is not about one of the other issues like the housing at the North 40 Fire Station, you'll have a chance to make comments on that later. Raise your hand right now. And we're not seeing anybody raising your hand, so I'm going to end the public comment and we're going to move on with our agenda. So, consent items. The first, I think we'll take these one at a time. The first one is minutes of the July 22nd regular meeting. And I do have one correction on that.
Is it the name of the lady who called in about the garbage on the highway?
Yes.
I already corrected it with an Elaine.
Okay, and it's Rutgers. You got
Mhm.
that? Okay, good. Other than that, does anyone else have any corrections or changes on the? And we'll accept the motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Patty, seconded by Kelly. All in favor, say aye.
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 Second is a citizen board appointment of Dr. Christine Giesel as the alternate to the Board of Health.
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Patty moved to approve, Kelly seconded. Is there
Wanna
more
make-
discussion?
Yeah, I want to make a
Patty.
comment. Both candidates, Dr. Holmes, we had great candidate supply. We had looked into expanding how many people could be on that board. It's kind of a big process. Dr. Holmes has been very involved in this whole COVID response. We thank him and appreciate his time and his immense experience and knowledge. And we're still trying to find a place for him. So we want to keep both Dr. Giesel and Dr. Holmes involved. And so the appropriate choice for appointment for this board was Dr. Giesel at this time.
Yeah, I think all of us were very impressed with both of the doctors who applied for that position, and we are trying to make it possible so they can both have a position on the Board of Health. And I'll take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Board of Health. They've been working really hard for the last few months during the pandemic time, doing a huge task that is a difficult one and making difficult decisions. Greg?
Hey, Steve, thank you. I'll thank you on behalf of the Board of Health members who came from our local citizenry. And I believe that back when we formed it and when we invited them, we said, oh, this will take you, maybe an hour, an hour or two every month or so. Quarterly, we meet quarterly. And so the lift was actually very low when they first came on. And since then, what we've seen is they've all stepped up, they're all involved, they're engaged, and they're doing a great job. And I'm so grateful, one, for the caliber of the fellow people on the Board of Health, but then also just for how they've stepped up. They're not hesitating to get involved and join the campaigns, for masks and for safety and social distancing. And so I really appreciate your extending your gratitude to the Board of Health, and I'll make sure to echo that at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? George?
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Greg, Patty remembers we were the Board of Health, the county commissioners, and I was so happy when we established a real Board of Health with professionals, with the expertise, hiring a highly qualified director in Karen, I just can't imagine where we would be without the Board of Health and our director if it was just us five at the table trying to figure this out. So thank you, Board of Health. Thank you, Karen.
I'd have a lot more grays.
I know.
Okay, any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor of approval of the appointment, say aye.
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 Hi,
Okay,
welcome.
so, welcome to my doctor from the Veterans Administration, Dr. Giesel. Okay, next up, we have ratification of hearing officers' determinations on the appeals of the assessor's 2020 property valuations. And I'm trying to see who we have on. Is someone presenting? I know, Mick, you're here to answer questions. Jeanette
We have Larry.
and, okay, Julia's on there. Julia Ely? Did you have
Hi,
anything?
Steve. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, did you want to present anything on the discussion of this?
All I want to say is that Larry Fight and Mick Ireland are here to answer any possible questions that the board has.
Okay, George?
So this is a consent agenda item, so unless there's some questions, I would just move to approve.
Okay, is that a motion, George?
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
George moved, Patty seconded. Is there any questions that anyone has for our two experts, Larry and Mick? One thing, I'll just make a comment that some of these, the people actually were asking, based on their income they were producing from the property, they wanted to lower the evaluation down to some number that was lower than actually even the value of the land that it was sitting on. And that seemed, I think you very correctly said, you know, this is worth more than just less than the value of the land for you and your business there. So I thought that was interesting that was one of the things that came forward. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank Larry and the assessor's office and Mick for presenting these in such a way that it was actually easy to understand and understand your points when made. You know, the additional notes you put on there are great value to me. It helped me follow and understand what was going on. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, you're welcome.
Another point, and maybe Larry or Mick could expound on this. There was one applicant who, because of the COVID virus, they are really in a financial bind, and they were basically trying to seek relief on their property tax, really because of the pandemic and the financial straits it put them in. And it sounded like do you want to talk about that a little bit, Mick?
I'll be real quick. I hope I'm not reverberating.
You're very echoey, Mick.
Hold on, let me fix that if I can. I should be just one voice now.
That's good. You're good now.
We took the time to explain to this particular petitioner that valuations under state law pursuant to the Constitution actually require valuation date of June 30th, 2018. We can't take into account current circumstances. If the property had tripled in value between then and now, we can't take that into account either. The state Board of Administrative Appeals reviews the, not only appeals, but the state also reviews what we do. And if we start giving relief based on current circumstances, they conduct an audit and they would see that we were undervaluing property as it existed on that particular date, as it was valued on that particular date in a sale between two disinterested buyer and seller. So we can't get that kind of relief, and we spent time explaining we understand and sympathize thoroughly with the circumstances of this particular petitioner. It's something we've all experienced, and a lot of us have lost value in our businesses as a consequence of COVID, but we can't retroactively set that back to June 30th, 2018. Now, the valuation in the future will be affected and possibly in favor of the petitioner, but this time the statute clearly restricts us from granting relief for circumstances that did not exist at the valuation date or on the first of that year as far as the condition of the property.
So in next year or in a couple of years, we might be seeing a lot more of these people who their value of their property is lower now than it was. And in a couple of years' time, we might be getting a lot more petitions because of this. But not right now, it won't, we can't change it. So thank you for that explanation, Mick.
You're welcome.
Any further comments? All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. My battery is running low.
The second half of this is the ratification of the hearing officer's determinations on the abatement petitions and assessor's recommendations on abatement petitions over $10,000.
I move to approve.
I'll second, but I have a question.
Okay, George moved, Patty seconded, and Patty, you have a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask John Peacock and maybe Larry Fight. There's a significant dollar value in these three. One is like 94,000. How many more? I mean, we have to rebate those out of the county's general fund. I know some come from all the special districts. They figure out. But are we prepared? I mean, in light of what we're doing to our general fund these days?
Well, I see Ann in here too, but Larry, do you want to take that? Because there's a long-term and net impact.
Right. So I think the situation is, and this is true with all abatements, is that the refund is given in whatever calendar year the abatement is processed. But in future years, all the different taxing authorities, and I assume that the county is no different, have the ability to adjust their mill levies to account for refunds given from prior years. So there is a mechanism built into the system that allows the county to recover that. It's just it's going to be down the road as opposed to building it back into the current fiscal year.
And so, Patty, with that understanding, yes, we do have the fund balance.
Okay,
to manage
I'm just
that.
getting a little nervous about that general fund amount over there. All right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yep. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Larry, for being on with us. Moving on to our individual consideration items. These are first readings. They are set for public hearing on August 26th. The first is a resolution authorizing the Pickett County Office of Emergency Management to accept the 2020 Emergency Management Performance Grant from the state of Colorado for purpose of funding a portion of Pickett County Emergency Management annual budget. And Valerie, welcome back.
Hi, thank you. It's Valerie McDonald, Pickett County Emergency Manager. I work for the Sheriff's Office. And before I get into that grant, I'd like to answer Patty's question about how to sign up for emergency alert notifications in Garfield and Eagle County. I'll start with Pitkin. It's pitkinalert.org, all one word. And then for Garfield, it's garco911.com, so GARCO911.com. And for Eagle, it's ecalert.org, so ecalert.org, so it means Eagle County Alert.org.
Right.
So really important that everyone sign up for those. One thing I forgot to mention, and I've heard from all the fire departments in the last 15 minutes, is to remind the public that you can call your fire department and they are more than happy to come out and do a free wildfire risk assessment on your property. So you can get some professional advice on what you can do to reduce your risk of wildfire. Okay, moving on to the Emergency Manager's Performance Grant. I'm here asking the board for their approval to accept the 2020 grant. It's a federal grant passed to the Colorado Department of Homeland Security Office of Emergency Management, and they pass it to the counties. The purpose of the grant is to help ensure that counties are actively engaged in all hazard emergency preparedness planning. The amount of the grant is $65,000. This will be the 7th consecutive year that we've been awarded this grant. Towards funding a portion of the emergency management budget. Any questions?
I just want to thank Valerie for her effort in keeping this grant going. We appreciate it, and I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second, but I do have a question for Valerie. Hi, Valerie, thanks. I'm sure writing these grants every year can be a burden, but I guess I'm wondering, you note in your AIS that the deliverables and the monitoring are increasing. And does that still make this worthwhile from where you sit?
I used to fight this grant. I've come to peace with it. I mean, just quite frankly, there are a lot of deliverables, and there are the same deliverables whether you're a one-person office as I am or you work in a major metropolitan area and there's 10 people in your department. So it's been daunting, but I have successfully done this grant for 7 years now. I've learned how to work it, and you know, I've talked to county administration, and my direction is to do what I need to do for the citizens of Pitkin County. And I do that, and it's not at the expense of this grant. So I have come to peace with it. And then when you go 65,000 times 7 years, I mean, it's a considerable amount of money. But I do feel free if the state tells me to do something that is deemed completely worthless to say no, because there's more important work to do for the citizens of Pitkin County. That's a very candid answer to your question. Thank you for asking. It is daunting.
Well, thanks for pursuing and persevering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Thank you, Valerie.
Okay, Valerie,
Thank
we'll
you.
see you on
Thanks, Valerie.
the 26th again. Next up, we have a resolution authorizing the chair of the Board of County Commissioners to sign and enter Pitkin County into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for Highway Safety Improvement Program grant. And we have GR Fielding on the screen here now. It looks like you are in Argentina or somewhere right now with snow.
Oh, no, that's just a picture of Independence Pass when it's snowy. I figured with the ongoing situation up there, it was timely. So, thanks. I'm GR Fielding. I'm the county engineer. This item is for a grant from CDOT for CDOT. And so this goes towards CDOT infrastructure. It was a way to partner with them and think outside the box. Staff at the county had recognized an issue with some of the infrastructure that the state has on 82 in the canyon that senses when the road is frozen. This collaboration really started and stems from our local road safety plan that we finished a few years ago, where we saw 50% of our accidents are due to winter driving conditions. So what we did notice is that the existing sensors point at a section of the road that doesn't freeze as early as other sections in the canyon, and so it doesn't populate the sign with icy road ahead until that section of road freezes, which is sometimes too late as you enter the canyon going down valley. And so what this project would do is facilitate adding 2 more sets of sensors so that we would have 3 total sets of sensors throughout the canyon, and they would all be able to populate some of the variable message signs going into the canyon just to say that the road is icy ahead. Really, the ask for the county is to facilitate the project. And, worst case scenario would be that we would need to hire some consultants to help, put together some plans and help handle construction paperwork. But I do anticipate at this time that if we can do it next year, that we would be able to handle it mostly in-house. And so it's $112,500 in grant money. The state's going to give us the $12,500 in state match. And then we would maybe either have opportunity costs with staff time, or maybe a little bit of money that would come out of our existing professional services line item to help put together the plans. The state's been really good. They've told us what sort of equipment we need and all that sort of thing. So it would not be too heavy of a lift.
Okay, Kelly?
Thanks, GR. Appreciate you taking this on their behalf. We partner with different agencies all the time to get things done, so thank you. I have a question. Is the safety issues on westbound significantly different or greater than eastbound traffic? I just noticed that this is focusing on the westbound lanes.
Actually, the sensors will go in the new sensors. One will be in eastbound and one will be in westbound. The one in the eastbound lane would populate the sign. It's a little bit closer to Basalt as you're heading up valley. But that being said, the 3 o'clock wipeout going into the canyon is a pretty common occurrence, and it actually came up in the data when we looked at the local road safety plan. And so while I don't have the numbers in front of me, I can tell you the time of day and the time of year when the westbound crashes occur.
Thank you.
Okay, GR, do you have an estimate? I mean, I presume this might cost us a little bit more money, but do you have any estimate on how much that might possibly be? To, to do the actual installation or buying the equipment?
Well, the whole idea is that for all of the equipment and the installation, it would be somewhere in the tune of $125,000, and that's what this grant really is for.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully the state's paying for all of it as they should. We might have a few incidentals. We might run over a tiny bit. Is that all?
Yeah, we worked with them in putting the budget together for the 2, so we're reasonably confident in that as a construction number.
Okay. Let's see. Bring it to the board. We need let's see, did we have a motion yet?
I'll make a motion to approve on first reading.
And I don't have I just lost my.
And set for second reading and public hearing on August 26th.
We've got a motion and a second. I just didn't articulate it. I'm sorry.
Okay. So Kelly beat you to it, Greg, but Greg, do you want to second it then?
Yeah, thank you, Kelly.
You were talking on the simultaneously.
I have the benefit of proximity.
Is there any further discussion? I'll just make a comment. I remember when we were looking at the map of Highway 82 with the locations of the accidents, with a big circle being where there are more accidents. There was one by the Snowmass Conoco Light intersection and the other at the other end of the Snowmass Canyon. So kind of one at each end of the Snowmass Canyon were the 2 biggest areas for traffic accidents in Pickens County on Highway 82. And so I think it's really good that we're doing this, GR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. We'll see you on August 26th again, GR. Next up, we have a resolution adopting the updated 2020 Elected Officials Transportation Committee Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan, CVTP. And in the room, we have David Pesnichak, who will present this to us.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm Dave Pesnichak, Regional Transportation Administrator. So before you today is... Oh. Is that closer? Before you today is first reading of the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan. As you may recall, this came to the EOTC, or Elected Officials Transportation Committee, on July 16th. At that meeting, it was unanimously approved. The CVTP is a multi-year policy-level priority plan. It was originally adopted in 1993. This is the first update to that plan since its original adoption in '93. The plan has been in front of the City of Aspen for approval by resolution. They approved it on July 28th, and the Town of Snowmass Village also approved it by resolution on August 3rd. So it's scheduled here today for first reading for approval by resolution before the board, and second reading on August 26th.
Okay. Kelly.
Thanks. I just have two questions, please. Can you explain what a transit queue jump is? Please.
A transit queue jump is, we've got several of them on Highway 82. So it's where you have a turn lane and regular traffic is expected to turn right. The buses are allowed to go straight and jump that queue at the light.
Okay. And then with regards to where it says a future dedicated transit system along the Denver Rio Grande right-of-way, can you just illustrate what that envisions?
So that, you're looking at the plan itself?
I am looking at the plan itself,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah, so this is actually a carry forward from the 1993 plan, looking at a transit line that is separated from general traffic. So that could be, in the 93 plan, it identified it as rail. In this plan, it identifies it as transit, so that could be, broadens it out. So it could be, say, a dedicated bus line that's just outside that general traffic, or it could be a rail line, but some sort of transit line that is not impacted by that general traffic.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, David.
Okay, any further questions for David? Okay, I'd accept a motion.
I'll jump in. I'm going to make a motion to approve the updated EOTC Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan. And I want to thank Dave for all his hard work and for being here today in person with us.
I'll second that.
Okay, Patty moved and Greg seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, David.
Aye.
Thanks,
Thank you.
David. You're just ticking things off the list.
I know, he's just such a great job.
Okay, we
Bringing
have
us
one
into the
more
present
reading on that
times.
on August 26th. Next up, we have, now this is a mouthful. An ordinance authorizing the issuance of Pickens County General Obligation Open Space Acquisition Bonds Series 2020 in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $20 million for purposes of purchasing and improving open space and trails, providing for the levy of ad valorem property taxes for the payment of such bonds, providing the form of such bonds and other details with respect to such bonds and payment thereof, approving other documents relating to such bonds, and providing the effective date of this ordinance. I've said that once, now we don't have to repeat it again anytime during this discussion.
Thank you.
And we have Ann Driggers here in the room for presenting this, and then you're, is that Piper?
I will introduce everybody if I may.
Okay, we have other people, I think.
My name is Ann Driggers. I'm the Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee. And really my role in this particular one is just to introduce all the people who can speak to it better than I. But on my right here is Jonathan Haru
Jonathan,
with
okay.
Piper Sandler. And then also on the screen we have Dale Will and Gary Tannenbaum with Open Space and Trails, who can speak to this issue a better than myself. But yeah, Gary, Dale, who wants to speak first?
Well, I can chime in. Hi, I'm Gary Tannenbaum, the director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And yeah, to me, this is not an issue. This is an opportunity.
I'm sorry.
You know, we're looking at the opportunity to really provide some firepower for this program to keep up with the Joneses and to keep up with the real estate boom that's happening right now in this valley. So what we're looking at is to issue up to $20 million in open space bonds. This will be used to provide capacity for our acquisitions and for trail capital improvements. We've got a lot of potential on the plate right now, and we have some iconic landscape scale projects that can happen in the next 1 to 3 years. And so, you know, I'll turn it over to Dale in a minute to just kind of give you some background. But the reality is we have historically low interest rates that are really, you know, lower than what we're gonna realize in the appreciation of real estate. And we have a chance now to preserve property and to finish some of our big trail projects that still have a ways to go, like potentially looking at the ABC to Brush Creek Park and Ride and some road improvement projects like we did on Capitol Creek Road. There's just things out there that we haven't. Charlotte, or anyone, can I share my screen? No.
Yes, I believe you can.
I've been disabled. So yeah, if I could share the screen, I just want to give you one graphic that kind of shows everything. Now I can do it. So can everyone see that?
Yes, we can, Gary.
This kind of shows, we do this in the budget update every year, and we haven't updated it for this year yet, which would include the Thompson Divide Ranch up near Jerome Park, which is 400 and something acres. I don't remember the exact amount. And it would include 20 acres for the Quorum A. But, you know, over the life of this program, you can see what we've been able to accomplish, both in trails and property acquisitions. And so looking at that, you know, we have 20 more years of the authorization to go. And just knowing that when you get an opportunity, you need to take advantage of it. So that's where this bonding really would come into play. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dale to kind of give you some history of where we've been and where we're going.
Well, thanks, Gary. I'm Dale Wilk, the Acquisition and Special Projects Director for Open Space and Trails. And Gary's covered this pretty well. A few additional points. The bond authorization that we're seeking to rely on was approved by the voters in 2006. And bonds for open space acquisition are fairly popular throughout the country for the basic reason that often the interest rate or the cost of borrowing is less than the inflation on the properties that open space programs are seeking to preserve. And because of that, bonds make a lot of sense. We are in a situation right now where the combination of very low interest rates and a impressive docket of negotiations that we're working on right now put us in the circumstance where the need that we're forecasting for our acquisition program outstrips our present capacity. As Gary mentioned, we just acquired the Thompson Divide Ranch, and we are on the cusp of completing our conservation easement on Sunfire Ranch, and we will be draining our coffers doing those things. We're not able to discuss in public pending negotiations except to note perhaps that since the program started, we've been able to conserve a little over 20,000 acres of land. And when I look around the private land holdings that are important to Pitkin County, I would say about half of the critical lands that we'd like to conserve have been conserved. The half that remain are perhaps trickier to do. They're landowners whose needs are a little different than the group that worked with us in this first half of the 20,000 acres. The commissioners are aware through our executive sessions, some of these pending negotiations and the time and effort we've put into them. This bond issue will set us up to continue the success that we've had to date. And the final note I'll make is that the issuance of these bonds does not change the open space tax that's paid by our property owners. The debt service and the principal repayment will be taken from the 3.75 mils, not added to it. So the average taxpayer in Pitkin County won't see any difference on their tax bill, but maybe appreciating some large-scale acquisitions that we can announce within the next 6 months to a year.
Okay, question from Kelly.
Hi, thanks. Thank you for bringing this to us. It's nice to see you all. I have a question with regards to when we talk about the need, so the opportunity and matching the need to that. Does that include looking at, the partnerships that we've cultivated on other projects? So what AVLT might bring to the table, what GOCO might bring to the table?
Yes, it does. We always seek partners in our purchases, and our largest partner historically has been Great Outdoors Colorado. When we are doing deals that are proximate to one of our municipalities that does have an open space program, we've been able to leverage partnerships with the city of Aspen, the town of Basalt, Snowmass Village, and as you mentioned, Aspen Valley Land Trust has been helpful to us. Notwithstanding those partnerships, we do provide the leadership and the major horsepower for a lot of the land conservation that goes on in our watershed.
Thanks, Dale.
Well, and one note on that too, Kelly, is we have Howie on the line too. As an open space board member, he can kind of, if he wants to speak. I just wanted to make sure that he could go on to the partnership piece and to really, he's our longest serving open space board member right now. So he's got some good history with all the partnerships and where we've been. So sorry to put you on the spot, Howie, but you got to unmute.
First disclaimer is I can't guarantee that I'll be around when this bond is paid off.
We hope
but
you are.
The real point is that the bond's going to provide us access to funds, taking advantage of very low municipal borrowing rates in a county where real estate prices are just, and it historically exceeded the cost of borrowing. So it's a good business deal from that point of view to acquire the funds to operate, to acquire property in particular. I think it's the point about no tax increase, I think is very important, and we would want to make that message clear to the public. I think we should also remember that there's enough surplus cash flow coming out of our mill levy that if future board members of commissioners wanted to reduce the mill levy, we'd still have adequate cash flow to support this debt, largely driven by the fact of the appreciation in real estate property values. So I think it's a responsible decision to make, and I think the public would be would question whether we're being prudent, foregoing an opportunity to give us some flexibility going forward, and building up a war chest, if you will, to use to carry out our mission. I think some of the projects that we're looking at now, Dale mentioned Sunfire Ranch, among others. Those properties and those conservation easements being acquired do involve partners, AVLT and GOCO being two prominent examples. Those will be success stories.
Okay, Greg?
I was just thinking, reflecting on what Gary said earlier, just about what we're all seeing as what appears to be growth pressure in terms of our population growth in the county and pressure on real estate prices, upward pressure. I was wondering if Howie had any perspective on that, having been with open space as long as he had, been in banking, just to, any reflections on where we are right now with what appears to be a real estate boom and an influx of people, an arrival of people who may not be leaving anytime soon, and the importance of open space. I've been reflecting on it, and I'm so grateful for this program. Anything to say on that, Howie?
Well, we all know supply and demand drives the markets, and we sort of create a bittersweet or double-edged sword by being a successful program, in that we're acquiring lands, agricultural lands, scenic lands, which reduce the supply because we value those properties for their inherent beauty, their inherent definition of what Pickens County and the West is all about. But by acquiring those and taking them out for the purchasable free market properties in the future, we've effectively reduced the supply. So automatically, because it's attractive landscape, we're going to be driving the prices up. So we're often competing against ourselves by virtue of acquiring these lands. That's just the nature of the supply and demand economics. So I think we just have to be mindful of it, and that's why having these low-cost funds right now gives us an opportunity to get ahead of price increases as much as possible, having funds to be opportunistic and buy properties or buy conservation easements. But Greg, does that answer your question, or?
Yes, and then some. Thank you. But I appreciate your articulating the economics of it. I was just wondering if you had any reflections on what it just appears to be the pressure, the number of closings we're hearing about, the number of the short term of the listings. It does seem like there's a frenzy, and it's not just in our community. It's happening everywhere in the desirable mountain towns and resorts, as far as I know. And so I'm just, I want to give you all a pat on the back for the hard work you've done for so many years for acquiring and preserving open space. We got ahead of this one, really, and I'm so grateful for that.
I think you're right. We are a little bit ahead of it. Just by way of comparison, I was talking to friends along the coast of Maine, which has a much more restrictive quarantine situation going on with respect to managing COVID-19. And while the tourist business is down, the real estate market along the coast is still accelerating quite a bit for people to escape urban areas. And partially that's driven by access by airports along the coast, just like we have access through our Pickens County airport. So it's an interesting dynamic we're going to have to deal with. All we can do right now is just do our job, which is identify and take quality properties and take advantage of the opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Howie. And Kelly has her hand up.
Thanks. Yeah, I have some financial questions. I wasn't sure if the finance team was going to do any presentation or if I should just launch into my questions.
Well, I was going to, on that, if you don't mind, Kelly, I was going to just say, financially, one of the big things I just want everyone to know that, we're in the ordinance, we're looking at a 30-year term for the bond. And the reason why we chose 30 is, and this could be a discussion item for you when you talk about the financial pieces, is the why we took 30 is to give you, it gives the program more funding availability every year. And you're borrowing at such a low rate that by giving us that ability to have more funding available that's not going to pay back the bond in 20 years and going into 30, and Jonathan can get you into the details of that, is why we chose 30. So with that, I can turn it over to Jonathan and Ann to go into the financial piece.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Hiru, and we serve as the county's municipal advisor. So we have a fiduciary responsibility to the county when you're looking to issue debt. We've been working with the finance department, the open space team for several months now, analyzing this transaction. And as been stated previously, interest rates are at a historical low. Notwithstanding the general economy, interest rates are actually incredibly low, which possibly is driving some of the real estate sales as well, for those who need to borrow to purchase. The municipal marketplace is very strong and very active right now. The county has a very strong AA rating, which is one notch down from the highest rating possible. We've not gone through the process, but we will be going through the process next week with Moody's, which is a rating agency. The higher your rating, the lower your borrowing costs. We are anticipating for a 30-year transaction in all-in, or what we'd call a net effective interest rate borrowing of 1.65%. So when you think about perhaps a mortgage rate for 30 years, the tax-exempt market is actually lower than that, which allows you to borrow money and have a very low cost of repayment, not only in aggregate, but also on an annual basis. And those were some of the historical discussions we had with the open space team.
Okay, well, I have some questions.
Sure, I'd be happy to answer them.
Does taking out this bond affect other opportunities for bonding, such as a new jail or a new airport terminal? How do these kind of all play from the bigger county picture?
Yeah, there is a cap in state statute on the amount of debt that a municipality.
Want to make sure your thing's turned on.
Thank you. There is a cap per state statute on the amount of debt a government can issue, but we are significantly under that. We are, I think, about 8% of that cap right now. This wouldn't increase it that much. The amount of debt that we would have to reach the cap, I can't imagine that we would ever issue that amount. It's like $80 million.
Okay. And then I have some other questions. I don't know if these are for Ann and Jonathan or maybe for Gary. And Greg, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I know we were having issues at home. So, okay, good. Thanks. And how you mentioned that the tax would not increase for property owner, for people paying the property tax here. Is that true into the future across the 30 years, absent any voter increase that's approved? But is it possible that later on down we might say, oh, we're going to bump the mill rate up for either a reason unrelated to this or related to the debt service, or not?
Well, on that one, for 30 years, the program is authorized for the next 20. So this will be, the voters authorized up to 3.75 mils for open space. So that bond payment will be taken out of that.
Okay.
Afterwards, if we do not renew this program or up it or do anything else with the voters, voters would have to approve any increase. The bond would still be paid off. It wouldn't be 3.75 mils because you wouldn't need it to pay off the bond, but whatever's left over after the 20 years would be covered. The bond would still be covered by the mill levy at a rate that would cover this for the 10 years beyond the authorization of the program.
Okay, thanks, Gary. That's really helpful. And then for our current budgets, what a percentage is this debt service at the 30-year that you
Jonathan,
guys
do you
proposed?
have that number for Ann?
In terms of the annual repayment, we are estimating $865,000 per year. I don't necessarily have the budget in front of me, but that's the projected annual debt service payment for this issue.
Okay, and so our budget's what is it, 7.3 million? Is that what you have projected for?
I thought it was about 12.
Oh, okay.
So revenue, there's I think you're looking at appropriations versus revenue. Sorry, can you hear me? So on the revenues right now, it's 12 to 13 million.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand what slice of that, we're just taking off the table right now to commit to debt service. So, and that doesn't detract from the large picture view, but I just wanted to know that point. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, and then, Gary, you had mentioned, so this would go to fund acquisitions and maintenance projects, right? Oh, or construction, not maintenance, because there's 3 open space buckets, so I just want to be clear on what this would go into.
To be clear, it's going to go into acquisitions and trail capital improvements.
Okay.
So like the Castle Creek Trail that was just completed, a new project like the Brush Creek Intercept Lot, if we go from the Brush Creek Park and Ride to Aspen, as we identified in the Rio Grande Trail Management Plan, if we fulfill that, these funds can be used for that. Okay. It's a way for us to front load a lot of these projects to avoid the inflation costs in the future.
Yeah.
But it will not go to maintenance. None of this funds will go to maintenance. But it's a good point that you bring up is when you talk about the number, $890,000 payback every year, that's the reason why we want to go for 30 years, is to allow as much money as possible to be used for maintenance out of what we take in now. Mm-hmm. Because if you take more out of the top and try to do it in 20 years, the maintenance fund will be impacted by that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Appreciate it.
Okay, Howie?
You're muted now.
You're muted, Howie.
All right, Kelly, just to clarify a point that you were asking a question about what you were asking a question. You said that, I said the taxes won't go up. That's really not correct. Over time, by virtue of property values, even with a static fixed mill levy, individuals will see an increase in their real estate taxes.
No, thanks, Howie. I guess I was asking without asking if there was any credits that so if we weren't fully taxing people at the rate permitted by the voters. So it sounds like we are, and there's no additional space where that would go up.
Right.
Thank you.
That number does not have to be adjusted for us to handle the services step.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further questions from the board at this point? Or comments? George?
Yeah, I think this is, as has been stated by Gary and by Howie, this is a great opportunity. The timing is just right. All the stars are in alignment. We've got our eyes on some great property acquisitions that will require significant dollars, and this will be able to provide us the opportunity to purchase those. And I just have to reflect on something that Howie has said, and you know, we are very, very fortunate here in Pickett County that the voters have 3 or 4 times now, have at least 3 times since I've been in office, have continued to approve the mill levy to support open space and trails program. We continue to expand that program, even including winter with our Nordic program. And we all know that in Pickett County, or even during a recession periods of time, even though we may see a downturn in our real estate values initially, they always bounce back. And they bounce back quite a bit, historically probably around 10% a year over the last 20, 30 years. So property values are going up. That means our costs to try to acquire and protect these special places go up. And so this bonding will provide that opportunity to do that. So I fully support that.
Greg.
Thanks, George. Agreed. And I was thinking our open space program is really one of the things that makes this place incredibly unique and yes, desirable for people to come. So I'd encourage anybody who wants to learn about the program to get involved. I'm thinking about the new residents I keep talking about that we expect are moving into the valley. This is an important program, and it has a lot to do with who we are. I could make a motion if we're ready for that. I want to make sure are we done discussing this?
Yeah,
more to go.
Go ahead and make the motion now. That's fine, Greg.
Okay, I'll do this very quickly. I want to make a motion that we approve an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation open space acquisition bonds, Series 2020, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $20 million, for the purposes of purchasing and improving open space and trails, providing for the levy of ad valorem property taxes for the payment of such bonds, providing the form of such bonds and other details with respect to such bonds and the payment thereof, approving other documents relating to such bonds, and providing the effective date of this ordinance.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. I'll also just note, you know, George mentioned sort of the real estate costs. I mean, we've seen inflation for construction costs be 10% year over year at times too. And, you know, I have no doubt that as open space acquisitions go up, you know, our acreage goes up, that real estate values go up. So it is a race. And, you know, I think this is an awesome opportunity for us to get ahead of that and, you know, really just preserve the things that make this place so special and that we love so much. And I think it's very fiscally responsible. You know, it's a better rate than I got financing my car, and, you know, it's a good time to go for it. So it has my full support. So, Kelly, what will retain its value more, the conserved land or your car? The conserved land, which I love far more than my car. So. Obviously. I might note, too, that someone made a comment about the trade, you know, in this time of pandemic and an economic downturn, the use on our trails is actually up. And I don't know, you know, our total amount of trails, the Forest Service trails, the open space and trails. The public is using the open space and our public lands a tremendous amount right now, even though we're having an economic downturn. So this is really a wise investment to put some money into this. I might just make the point that the voters have already approved this. The 20 million was approved, I think, back in 2006. Is that correct? And the means to pay it back has already been approved by the voters. So this is just doing a wise financial move to expand the amount of land that is conserved and in the county. So if I don't see any further comments, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So this will come back on August 26th, and that will be a time for public hearing. The public can make comments at that time. So thank you, gentlemen from Open Space. I Thanks, Howie, for being here. Appreciate your input.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on to another question about a bond issue. This is a resolution of the board authorizing issuance of Pitkin County sales tax revenue refunding bonds, Series 2020, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $5.5 million, supplementing resolutions number 92-392, 93-191, 95-49, 98-206, 186-2001, and 148-2010, and setting forth certain other matters relating thereto. And so Ann and Jonathan, you're here to be telling us about this issue.
This, thank you, yes. Ann Driggers, Finance Director. As you just read, the attached resolution authorizes essentially a refunding of bonds that we already
Is your
have.
mic on, ma'am?
Okay, sorry. There's so much going on here with all of this, I forget. So, as you just read, this resolution is authorizing the refunding of existing bonds that were issued in 2010. As was listed, the prior resolutions, you can see way back from 1992, these were bonds were first issued and have been refunded several times. Also in 2010, we issued an additional amount to help RAFTA refurbish their bus maintenance facility. And perhaps I should add these bonds are from our sales and use tax fund, which goes entirely to transportation, and they are issued on behalf of RAFTA. Back in 1992, when we initially issued the bonds, RAFTA was part of the county, and so the county owns the bonds on behalf of RAFTA. We pay the bonds on their behalf and then deduct the debt service out of their sales tax distribution that they get each month. So there is no budgetary impact to the county whatsoever. This just serves to help RAFTA reduce the cost of their debt service. So, and by compiling it with the existing open space and trails bonds, I think it makes us more attractive, but Jonathan can speak to that.
Sure. Thank you. Ann described the debt that's outstanding. We would consider this a refinancing like on your home mortgage for savings. That's all we're doing. The debt that's outstanding right now has interest rates that range from 4% on the tax-exempt debt, and there were actually some taxable Build America bonds back in 2010. They carry a much higher interest rate north of 6%. The sales tax credit will be, we anticipate, also in the AA category, probably one notch down from open space, because there's just some fluctuations that obviously happen in sales tax with your economy. That being said, we would anticipate a refinancing at an all-in interest rate of close to 2%, so a little bit higher than open space we just discussed, but would generate approximately over the remaining 20 years on a net present value basis, so all the future annual savings brought back to today, north of $1.5 million to the RAFTA. That averages out to be about $75,000 to $80,000 per year on a cash flow basis savings. And when we work with clients such as yourself and they look at refundings, they generally tend to pursue them when the net present value savings is greater than 5%. In this particular case, we're north of 25%. So it's a very attractive refunding from the market standpoint. And as Ann discussed, with open space and sales tax going lockstep, we'll be visiting with the rating agencies next week and moving both of these bond issues through for completion in late September and early October.
I don't see how we can say no.
Okay. Kelly.
Yeah, no, thanks for clarifying that, I'm equating refunding to refinancing now, so it all makes a little more sense to me. But can you define it for me what defease means?
Sure. So, in effect, what we're doing is when this 2020 bond issue closes, the refinancing or refunding, we pay off the old bondholders, and we simply have new bondholders step into their shoes, albeit at a lower interest rate. So from an accounting standpoint, that old debt goes away, it's replaced with the new debt.
Okay.
So the defeasance is what that means.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the education.
Okay, any further questions or comments from the board? And we could do a motion at any time.
I do have a question, sorry.
Kelly?
When would that as savings be realized? Like, when would these close? Would this be in this year's budget or in next year's budget?
We're showing this issue potentially closing in late September. And so there will be a little bit of savings this December 1st. And then each year after that going forward, your bonds pay interest on June 1st and December 1st, and you repay principal December 1st each year. So we're basically 3 months left in the year, so we get a little bit of savings this year. And then after that, we kind of get up into that $80,000, $85,000 consistently every year thereafter.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll accept a motion from a member.
So move.
I'll second.
Okay, Patty moved and Kelly seconded it to approve this resolution. Is there any further discussion? Noting that this one also is up for second reading and public hearing on August 26th. Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Thank you for coming up.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan, for being here, and Ann.
Hope you're not stuck here unless you want to be, but nice to see you.
Just so you know, they just closed the pass, so where are you going back to?
Denver eventually.
A long way?
In a very
Enjoy the
circuitous
ride.
way.
Have you
I'm
ever
sure.
been through Craig and Steamboat Springs that way?
Or through Gunnison.
Or through Gunnison over McClure
I know, I think,
Pass
don't
and
they have
Gunnison.
fires in Meeker too?
I'm sure MapQuest will help me out. Thank you for your
Yeah,
time.
cheers, nice to see you, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Ann.
next item on our agenda, these are the emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory readings, and we have 3 of them. The first one is an emergency ordinance number 033-2020 of the Board of County Commissioners, authorizing the Pickens County Sheriff to impose and rescind the bans on open fires and prohibitions on the sale, use, and possession of all fireworks in unincorporated Pickens County at any time during 2020. And we have John Ely on a Zoom call to tell us about this. Welcome, John.
Hi, Steve. Good afternoon. So this is the confirmatory public reading of an emergency ordinance that was adopted initially by the board back in July on the 22nd, I believe. Yes, July 22nd. It establishes a delegation of authority from the Board of County Commissioners to the sheriff in order for the sheriff to enact fire bans, prohibition, given our current state of the climate right now here in the valley, not a moment too soon. So I would ask the board to accept any public comment there might be and to ratify this with a confirmatory approval. Thank you.
Okay, board questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment about this item? It's the reauthorization of the sheriff's imposition and rescinding the ban on the open fires and prohibition on sale of fireworks in Pickens County during 2020. So we'll give a minute for the public to see if anyone phones in about this item. And looks like we have the same. We'll just give a minute and see if a new number pops up on this. Actually, any of those of you who are here for the later discussion, some of you are from the fire department. You might want to make a comment about this also. It's a public hearing. You could raise your hand if you want to talk about it.
I see Rick Ballantyne.
Hey,
Okay,
hey, Steve, this is Rick at the fire. How are you?
fine. How you doing, Rick?
Very good, thanks. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And I just can't say, I'll echo what Mr. Ely said. We can't do it soon enough. I've been on a couple wildfires the last couple of days, and the sooner we can get this in place, the better. So we obviously strongly support this emergency ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Rick. And just
We have guys on their way down to Grizzly Creek right now. We had guys on there all night last night, so it's a good ordinance. Thanks.
So just so you know, Rick, this actually went into effect when we first enacted it because it was an emergency, and it has been in effect, and this is just confirming that.
Great. Good job.
Good job to you guys too. We appreciate you all being here and covering our backs on these wildfires.
Yeah, keep our fingers crossed. There's a lot of fuel out there these days.
Okay, I don't think we have any other public comment.
I'll make a motion to approve.
So
I'll second.
Patty moved to approve, Kelly seconded. Is there any further discussion from the board? Greg?
Yeah, just want to say how important, it's so timely that we're doing this right now, and I did want to say earlier as we were discussing fire, there's a video online on YouTube that shows how quickly a fire spreads, and I shared that with Charlotte for the BOCC. Everyone should see this because a rafter floating past Grizzly caught it probably 3 or 4, maybe 5 minutes after the fire began. And before they floated out of sight, the entire hillside was engulfed in flame. And you can just imagine, a stray spark, whether it's a firework or a cigarette butt or some other device, is going to spread so rapidly now. So it just helps us all remember how cautious we need to be. Can't understate that. Thanks.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, all in favor of approval of this emergency ordinance, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, John. Next up, we have an emergency resolution number 079-2020 of the board on behalf of the Pickens County Sheriff's Department approving a contract with the Colorado Department of Human Services, Office of Behavioral Health, approving funding for jail-based behavioral services. And we have Kim Valario, our I don't know your official title, jail commander, is here in the room with us. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. So this is final approval and public hearing for the JBBS funds that we can receive from Office of Behavioral Health to provide additional mental health and substance abuse treatment, and continuing with the continuity of care once they leave and go back into the community. So that's what we're here for.
Okay, questions of the board for Kim? Greg? George, you're making a lot of noise there.
Chasing
He's
that
probably
turkey.
finishing his lunch as I have been whenever I go off camera. Thanks, Kim. Thank you for being there, and thank you for bringing this to us. I was just wondering what the nature of the process is for hiring contractors, and is there any way, or are we engaging contractors for these services locally? My concern is that if it's a telehealth call, it might be less effective, although it might be less expensive. Do we have the best possible care and have local care just to keep the funds in the valley?
Yeah, so we actually are going to contract with Correctional Healthcare Partners, and that's who is providing our medical funds, our medical, not medical funds, our medical care for our inmates. So they are going to add the mental health and substance abuse. We've contracted with them. I have experience with them from Garfield as well. So when we had bid the medical contract, that was an additional piece that they had put in their bid. So it is local. The company, I think the headquarters are not local, but they have local providers that they've hired that will be here 40 hours a week. Does that answer your question?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to know that where the actual practitioners are going to be based, and will the clients, the inmates, have access as we would hope. Thank you. And you have a track record with this contractor.
Yeah, very good working relationship. They're very good. They've been great providing our medical, and then adding these services on is very seamless. So yeah, I'm excited about it. We will meet weekly as we already do, and we discuss what's going on with each inmate to make sure that we're providing, detention staff and medical and mental health, to meet all of those needs. So yeah, it's a great working relationship. So I appreciate that. I think it's very important.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Hi, thanks, Tim. Nice to see you. I wondered, and I'm sorry if I missed this in the grant application, but what is the proportions of the grant towards clinical, psychiatric, and then continuity of services items?
Gosh, I don't know if I brought those numbers, but the contract with the provider we're going to have it's between 25 and 30,000 for that continuity of care, and the rest of that will be for the provider to provide the mental health and the substance abuse. In the funds, have it sitting on my desk, I believe, I want to say 80-something thousand was for the substance abuse portion, and I believe it was 150 provide for the mental health.
Thanks.
So it's significant.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment on this item? You can phone in now. We will wait part of a minute to see if anyone new phones in. So this item is a contract with the Colorado Department of Human Services providing funding for jail-based behavioral services. I'm not seeing anyone phone in. We don't have like real-time connection with people. So I'll close this public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency resolution of the BOCC approving a contract with the Colorado Department of Human Services Office of Behavioral Health providing funding for jail-based behavioral services.
I can second that.
Okay, moved by Kelly, seconded by Greg. Any further discussion from the board?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment that, our community should be really glad, I think, that we have these offerings here in our jails. Not every community takes this type of approach, nor has the resources to value these type of programs and put resources towards them when they can really make a difference in recidivism and in people's lives. on a very direct basis. And I have sort of personal experience with that in terms of, my family and experience of a family member going through a program like this and just the success that can make. So thanks, Kim, for being supportive and, valuing that in our jail program.
Okay, thank you, Kelly, for those comments. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Kim.
Thank
Good
you,
to see you
Kim,
again.
for your input and support.
Mhm.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks for being so patient. You get to watch one of our meetings. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
You too.
Swing back around here.
So our last of the emergency resolutions and confirmatory readings is emergency resolution number 80-2020 of the board, authorizing the chair to sign an intergovernmental agreement for coronavirus relief fund local government distribution to Pickens County. John Peacock's going to tell us about this one.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And as you said, this is a confirmatory reading for an intergovernmental agreement that was entered into between Pickens County, City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, and Town of Basalt, pursuant to an executive order that the governor signed distributing $275 million in CARES Act funding to 59 counties and the municipalities and special districts within them that didn't receive a direct distribution of CARES Act funding. DOLA, Colorado Department of Local Affairs, is responsible for distributing these funds. And DOLA required each community to enter into an agreement for how funds would be distributed between the jurisdictions. And in this case, the county and municipalities had to reach an agreement. Special districts had a separate pot that they could opt into. The resolution that was approved by emergency resolution has 55% of the CARES Act funding coming to Pickens County, with 45% split between municipalities based on each jurisdiction's population living in Pickens County. At the time that we did the IGA, the estimate was that the portion to be split between the county and municipalities was just over $1.5 million. So under this formula, the county would receive just over $833,000. We have since seen that those pots may be adjusted upwards a little bit, so the formula will dictate distribution. We have received an executed contract for reimbursement from the Department of Local Affairs so that we can pursue reimbursement for COVID-related expenditures on these CARES Act dollars. But we will have to have your final approval on this IGA to do so. And that's all.
Okay, questions for John on this item? Someone care to make, George?
Yeah, I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by George, seconded by Kelly to approve. Is there any further discussion?
Public hearing.
Oh, that's correct. This is a public hearing. Thank you, Patty. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? This has to do with the local distribution of the coronavirus relief fund money that we received. So some of it's going to Pickens County, some to Aspen, some to the town of Snowmass Village, and some to Basalt. We'll give a minute to see if any members of the public call in on this item. We need to have some background music to play during this time. Do, 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 do.
Isn't that Jeopardy? Okay, we're done.
Okay, your time's up. Don't see anybody calling in, so I will close this public hearing and bring it back to the board. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, we all approve of that one.
For $800,000,
Yeah.
John, you win.
Our new champion. So Steve, I have a suggestion here. First, we just received a Pitkin County alert about the pass. I think we should do a public service announcement and then maybe take a break before we do land use. But we need to get this out to the public in any manner in which we can about Independence Pass.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. So I've just been actually getting updates while we've been talking here. As we talked about at the beginning of the meeting, the pass was closed due to semis being stuck on the pass. We had 75 contacts with semis. That's probably not all of them that made it onto the pass. Since I-70 was closed due to the Grizzly Creek fire. As a result of the public safety concerns presented by both the amount of traffic and type of traffic going over the pass, our sheriff's department did have a conversation with CDOT and the governor's office, and the pass, they have decided, the state has decided to close the pass indefinitely. It will most likely run concurrently with the closure of I-70, which is due to the fire, but also there will need to be obviously inspections of the roadway and cleanup and such once the fire is contained. So right now it's an indefinite closure. That would preserve that route. It would obviously be reopened if we had to do an emergency evacuation of our community.
Kelly?
How does that affect, if someone hears that and their kids are camping on Lincoln Creek, will there be staff on either end to sort of let people out?
Yeah, so usually there are logistics when there's an emergency closure like this to make sure that people have an opportunity to come off of the forest lands. I don't have those details in front of me, but it's an unusual but not an unprecedented event, so they'll be taking account of those
Thank
things.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Kelly, for bringing that up. Actually, my daughters just left this morning on a hike up, leaving from Hunter Creek, up eventually over a few days to Midway Pass, and they're expecting a pickup at Lower Lotsman on Friday at noon. And so I was just thinking there are probably other people out doing the same thing. So if someone needs to get in and pick up hikers at a drop spot out of cell range, who does the public contact regarding permission to do that, or how do you arrange something like that?
I see GR.
Having a very personal request.
Hi, GR Fielding here, county engineer. I'm monitoring the radio traffic right now, and this is the exact conversation that they're having, Greg. It sounds like that CDOT is supposed to man the closure to vet any local traffic, but they're literally having that conversation as we're talking. So that when I've been getting up and down, that's what I've been doing, is going next door so I can listen to the radio as well. So they're working on it.
Thank you. Next time I'll just issue rollerblades to them.
So I have a question. This is not totally unlike the winter closure when people can go on foot beyond the closure gate. Could people walk up there or go on bicycles beyond the closure date with the highway being closed?
I would think so. This is just because of vehicular traffic.
So I think like GR was saying, this is all so new that we'll take these questions to CDOT and make sure. I'd imagine, though, as Patty's saying, it's very similar to what our winter closure would look like, and I do not see CDOT manning it to that level.
So Greg could take his snowmobile up to pick up the girls?
Or bicycle. That would be better.
I got a trailer you can borrow. You can hoof it up there. And
Put him in the baby trailer.
You could probably bring a lot of rollerblades on a bicycle, Greg.
Okay, thank you for that update. This is gonna complicate a lot of people's lives. I noticed there was a big traffic jam out here this morning, cars, I think, trying to go up the pass and they weren't able to because it was closed.
Oh, they had that they had jackknife truck at Mountain Valley.
So our lives might get more simpler or they might get more complicated, I'm not sure, but.
Well, I would note with the closure of I-70 and the pass, it will be more difficult to get to our community, and so we'll have to be conscious of the impacts it has on our businesses and employment and such on top of the COVID impacts. So we will be trying to get a handle on all of that.
So just for the public who might have to drive the long way around, I've had to drive around during the winter time when Glenwood Canyon was closed, and it's a long drive up through Craig and Steamboat Springs, and then back over Berthoud Pass or to Silverthorne and going that way. But it's a lovely drive up there. If you have to do it, just allow a couple extra hours, because that's what it's going to take you to go around the long way, but it can be done. And it's beautiful country up there.
What is the time frame if you have to go to Rifle and then over to get to Denver?
I was actually just looking that up because I
think
don't
it
know.
might be 4 hours total to do.
Well, I calculated
I don't
the
know if it's-
Fairplay at 6 to go around the southern
hemisphere,
and then 1 hour from there to Denver.
So I think it's probably like 3 extra hours to do that trip.
Yeah.
So I would advise you postpone your trips to the Denver, to the Front Range if at all possible. So we're gonna do, is a 10-minute break enough for everybody right now?
Good for me.
We have
We do
been going for
15.
2 hours and 15
Kelly
minutes.
wants 15 minutes.
15-minute break, so we're gonna take up at 2:30 grassroots, and we'll then do our 2 land use items. So GR, I know you are here already, and Okay, welcome back, everybody. For the last items on our agenda at today's work session on August 12th. First one is an ordinance amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically the 2006 Land Use Code, to amend sections 8-30 and 2-40-130 of the Pickens County Land Use Code to implement a new methodology for calculating the road impact fee. This is the second reading of this item, and this will be a public hearing. And G.R. Fielding is here, and I'm not sure if is Catherine joining us also?
Catherine won't be joining us.
Okay.
She's on.
So
Muted,
G.R.,
isn't
you have the floor.
Catherine, I guess my name's Jared Fielding. I'm the county engineer. I'm filling in for Catherine Kristoff, who couldn't be here today because fortunately she's had her baby already and everyone's healthy and at home. So this is the second reading. I believe it was July 22nd that the board saw this last. And at that meeting, staff got direction to expand the road impact fee schedule up to 15,000 square feet. So that's represented in this package. And also to add hotels and motels to the available pieces where we can draw chirp generation from and have different fees. And so that's been added to this packet as well. Also added to this are the comments from the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, the Emma Caucus, and one from an individual that discussed the use of CPI. With the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, they were okay with the change in the impact fees. They did question using the heated square footage because there are some of those outbuildings that aren't necessarily heated that may still generate some impact, and also about the ramifications of construction. Right now, the heated square foot is the easiest and the best measurement that we have in general to issue these sorts of fees, and it's also the piece that we use for all of our other fees that we charge when someone brings in their permits. And then the other piece to that is a lot of people bring up the construction and the impacts of the construction. The fee legally is about the impact of the new size of the structure, and so that's really what it centers around. The Exhibit C, which questioned the use of CPI versus in other fees that the county has, they put together some sort of inflator that was put together by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I did a little bit of digging. I haven't found anything that is going to kind of give us that consistent inflation number like the CPI does. It's a little bit of an apples and orange comparison in this instance, but staff will keep looking for maybe a better inflator, and we can always bring that back in the interim even without a whole new study. And then the last exhibit was Exhibit D from the Emma Caucus, just stating that they had no comment on this item.
So GR, I listened in at the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus meeting when they were discussing that, and the part about the impact of the construction on the roads, that was precipitated by the construction of an arena on East Cypress Creek Road, and it was something probably 50 or 100 dump truck loads. They excavated material out of it and carted that off, and then they brought in other special kinds of sands and gravels and things for the base of the arena floor, and that's what precipitated that discussion. It was driving people nuts there. I think it was like last summer that was happening. And it was just so many dump truck loads up and down the road all day long for a period of weeks. And I know it had to have beat up the county road quite a bit. And that's why they mentioned that, thinking that somehow a project like that should somehow pay its way for helping maintain the roads or reconstruct the roads or whatever's necessary. So I don't think the caucus expects the county to change what we're doing right now. I think they're hoping that you will continue looking at that and try to come up with some further guidance and changes in the future that would address that issue.
We'll continue to monitor whatever avenues that we have to help bolster our road program. That's for sure.
Okay. Other questions or comments from commissioners? Kelly?
No, I'll just comment, thanks for going back and working with the consultant team on updating that, people, we're looking at paying your way, paying your fair share, and so extrapolating that to all house sizes, I think is actually fair to everybody. So I appreciate seeing that in this update.
So this is a public hearing. I think I'll open the public hearing right now. And anyone from the public wishing to comment on the new methodology for calculating the road impact fee can call in now and make comments. And all those of you here for the next item, if you wish to make a comment on it too, you'd be welcome to do that also. So we'll wait a minute. I won't sing the song this time. I'll just do it in my head. Okay, we're not seeing any phone call-ins coming in, so I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for motion and further discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically the 2006 Land Use Code, to amend sections 8-30 and 2-40-130 of the Pickens County Land Use Code to implement a new methodology for calculating the road impact fee.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Kelly, seconded by George, to approve this ordinance. Is there any further discussion? And I'll just make a comment. These look like good changes to me, GR, that this is something that's been needing doing to have development pay its own way more on the road improvements that are needed. And I know this is something this probably won't be the last time this is looked at and going forward, but it does bring it up more up to date right now.
Thank you all.
So, seeing no further comments, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Okay, we're all in favor of this. Thank you, GR. And thank Catherine also when you get the opportunity. Okay, next up we have the one that all of our callers have been waiting for. Resolution of the board granting approval of Aspen Fire Protection District North 40 Substation Affordable Housing Project, granting a permit for areas of state interest, areas around airports and heliports, areas around interchanges involving arterial highways, and areas around rapid or mass transit terminals and stations. And this item was continued from July 8th. And Leslie Lamont is here from Community Development to lead the discussion on this. Leslie's here in the room with us.
Hello. Just want to get tuned into the meeting. We're all wearing our masks today.
Yeah.
Last time we weren't.
Andrew, do you see the message there?
Governor's
From
order
Riley?
changed.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So did the city's mask ordinance.
On Zoom meeting. Right, Andrew? Zoom meeting, so I can share my screen. I don't know. I'm just going with what I have here.
Is there a phone number to call in for comments? We're getting calls to Public Works right now, and we'd like to be able to disseminate that information.
It should be posted on the grassroots.
On Grassroots.
Here, I'll share my screen real quick while Leslie's
Hey,
getting
Kelly's
set
gonna
up.
share her screen with the number on it. I believe they have to do the participant number also.
So I want to share. You gotta create.
You can see my gazillions of tabs.
Okay.
GR, did they want to comment on the road fee?
Where do I find my, share screen?
You're muted.
Oh, someone else is sharing, so I can't.
Oh, sorry, that was me.
Okay, so I need to find my.
All right, GR, are you good? Can I stop sharing?
Okay, Leslie, are you ready to do your screen share?
Yes, I am.
But Steve, before we get started, I want to make a disclosure.
Go ahead, Patty.
I spent 4.5+ hours watching the first meeting on Grassroots. So I want everybody to know that I did take the time to watch the entire meeting and all of the public comment from the meeting that I missed.
Okay, so
And it
you
was
are.
long. So I'm hoping that today, public comment will not be as, redundant. We can maybe have people say they made comments before, but any new changes. But public is free to comment for their 3 minutes, but there was a lot of discussion at that last meeting,
Yep, absolutely.
which I truly appreciated.
Well, and thanks,
Am I there?
Patty, for taking the time to watch it. That's important.
Now, can I close it if I don't want that up yet? No.
If you don't want it up yet, I would just stop sharing your screen and share it when you're ready.
Okay. Hi. So, at your last meeting, the BOCC continued the public hearing and the review to this date. You directed staff to continue our research of the mass and scale of the project compared to the surrounding neighborhood, and to consider the applicant's presentation regarding the height of the project. As well, the BOCC requested a broader discussion of the traffic impact analysis and the financial guarantee that staff is requesting. As well as you wanted to look at the ballot language that gained the fire district the funds and direction from voters for this project. A copy of the sample ballot was in your packet, and John Ely can answer any questions you have regarding that item. Gerald Fielding, GR Fielding of Public Works, is on the line and is prepared to review with you his findings related to the Level 2 traffic analysis of this project and his recommendations. I will review with you our findings and recommendations related to height and the mass and scale of the project. Then I'll turn my time over to GR, and then the applicant can take it away. I want to remind the BOCC and the general public where we are in this process. The P&Z considered this application in a location and extent review at a public hearing on June 16th. The P&Z considered the project based upon the applicable master plan, the Western Maroon Creek Master Plan, the WAMP. And the P&Z found the project was not in conformance due to the height and scale of the project. Per state statute, the P&Z's action is essentially advisory, and disapproval may be overruled by the governmental jurisdiction making the proposal. The Fire District Board voted 5-0 at their June 24th meeting to overrule the P&Z, and the Fire District Board stated the height of the project would be modified to 28 feet to comply with the WAMP. This application review before you is a 1041 review for a project located within areas of state interest. It's within an area around an airport or heliport, an area around an interchange involving an arterial highway or interchange, and an area around rapid or mass transit terminals or stations. Our review found that the project will not impact the airport or the RAFTA stops on Highway 82. Our review did find that the project will impact the Baltic Avenue Highway 82 intersection. So let me. So this is the code language that staff used out of Chapter 12 for this kind of review. And there's a lot of language in here. I'm not going to go through it all for you, but I just wanted to highlight for you what we used and what we're providing you direction on. So this piece right here, basic permit application approval criteria for matters of state interest. And here what I've highlighted for you, if the project does not comply with any one of these criteria, the permit shall be denied or approved with conditions. In determining whether the project complies with these criteria or if conditions should be imposed, the permit authority, which is the BOCC, will utilize the considerations in Appendix A. And then of this basic criteria, the project is consistent with relevant provisions of applicable land use and water quality plans. The project shall not have significant adverse effect on land use patterns. Then there's also Appendix A, which was used. And Appendix A, again, takes us back to the project complies with and is consistent with applicable plans. Changes to traffic patterns, road capacity, and congestion. So that's Appendix A, and then we get back into the general criteria, review criteria, and the project will not create an undue financial burden on existing or future residents of the county. And then as we look further in this section of the code, then we get into a lot of the typical 1041 regulations of constraints of the site, environmental considerations, and all of this stuff. Then next, because this is an area around a highway interchange, a collector highways, and as I said, we found that the project does not impact the airport or the RAFTA stops. So then we utilize this criteria as well to consider the project against. And here we have the project shall be compatible with existing developments and the character of the neighborhood. Project shall preserve desirable existing community patterns. Wow. This is my new county cell phone. I don't know how to use it. I apologize. But I keep it so people can text me and tell me I'm mumbling or all that. So, there are three items about this project that staff continues to create, if you will, conditions of approval in the resolution based upon these review criteria that I just went through with you. And the first one is height. So, as I said a little bit earlier, the applicant has committed to lowering the maximum height of the project to 28 feet with solar panels and mechanicals not to exceed the county code's allowance for that type of equipment on rooftops. And I want to back up just a second. The applicable plan that we use to review this project against is the Western Maroon Creek Master Plan, the WAMP. And the WAMP had two items in it, and I spent a ton of time in my first memo to you all about this, but the WAMP had two policy areas that we could use in reviewing this project. The first one was that the height of new development within the Aspen Airport Business Center activity node must comply with the maximum height allowed in the underlying zone district. The underlying zone district of this property is public, and the maximum height is 28 feet. So the original project, when the P&Z reviewed the project, was 32 feet. That was one of the reasons why the P&Z found that the proposal was not in conformance with the WAMP. As I said, the Fire District Board voted to overrule the P&Z, but they also stated that they will reduce the height to 28 feet. The applicant wants to measure the height of the buildings from the base elevation of the plaza, the roof over the parking garage, versus the county's methodology, which for flat roof buildings is no roof point shall exceed the prescribed height above the existing or finished grade, whichever is lower. And the applicant spent some time in our first meeting with you talking about that. So after the meeting, staff requested several items from the applicant to help discern the difference between using the county's methodology or the applicant's methodology, so we could better understand what the project will look like and what is the difference. Is there a difference? What does that difference look like? So we requested from the applicant a roof plan, a regrading plan, and building elevations specifically tied to the 100 base elevation of the existing topography of the site. Because the site has been changed, we requested an explanation of how historic grade of the site is to be used in calculating height. Those are typical items that are part of a building permit submittal. It's part of what the zoning staff use when they're calculating height of buildings in Pitkin County. We received a 2005 survey with topos. So it was a survey of the property before all the dirt was added onto the property. When they dug out the substation, they put dirt on the vacant property. And we received a draft Schmeisser Gordon Meyer existing survey with topos. So unfortunately, we could not evaluate this, our methodology compared to the applicant's methodology and what the difference is. Therefore, staff continues to recommend that the applicant adhere to the county's methodology for calculating height. So, mass and scale. As you know, the WAMP's policy 2.1.1 for the ABC activity node states that development should be designed as a collection of small-scale buildings designed to be compatible in terms of mass and height with adjacent residential structures in use. Staff contends still that to compare mass and scale, the measurement most commonly used in Pitkin County is what is the proposed allowable square footage? What is your allowable floor area on the site, or floor area ratio? which is the size of the development to the size of the land. This is a very difficult exercise because this whole exercise was a very difficult exercise because the county uses multiple different measurements when development occurs. So to consider today what is built out in the neighborhood and what the floor area really is hard to pin down. And we're trying to get an apples to apples comparison here. So for Chris Benden's presentation at your last meeting, he used a variety of measurements to get a handle on the size of the residential units in the North 40. He used numbers out of certificate of occupancies. He used building permit numbers, and he used net livable. All of these produce a different result. So for example, net livable, which is what we use when we talk about deed restricted housing, net livable doesn't include staircases. If you use assessor data, that's heated square footage. And the way we calculate floor area and the way in the building department floor area is calculated, floor area is different than what your ultimate square footage on your certificate of occupancy is. So we're looking for an apples to apples comparison here. So we decided that we were going to look at, this property was part of the North 40 subdivision. And when the North 40 subdivision was approved, it was all rezoned AH2 PUD. So we thought we would start with that as our foundation. And to gauge whether the amount of square footage that the fire district is now proposing is consistent with the original approval, or how does it square up or not square up. So as I said, the property was part of that subdivision. And we also looked at the surrounding neighborhood. We used the approximate floor area of the most recently built multifamily project in the AABC, which is Alpine Grove, Lot 2. Those numbers, by the way, are not in your memo because I was able to continue to work on this after your memo went out. And again, we looked at the allowable floor area for the project based upon the public zone district, this is what this property is zoned. First, when looking at the North 40 subdivision and what has been built, basement square footage was specifically defined, but it was considered free square footage. So there was 800 square feet for every residential unit for basement space, and there was 500 square feet for garages. One could build 1,000 square foot basement, but 200 of that square feet then had to go into their overall allowable square footage for their residential unit. So basements and garages were technically considered free square footage for the North 40 residences. Therefore, we thought, again, looking apples to apples, that we should exempt the garage, the below grade garage, from the fire district's proposal out of any floor area calculations. That's a change from my previous memo. Also, when you're talking about mass and scale, the below grade garage space doesn't really affect mass and scale. So here, this is the entire fire district property, 1.46 acres or 63,597.6 square feet. And the total amount proposed for the site, including what's there and including what they're proposing, is 61,400. But if you take out the garage, then we're talking 41,400. Then what we also have done is then we pulled out the land area that is only being dedicated to the multifamily housing. And that's roughly 35,000 square feet of the property. So in looking at the original North 40 subdivision approval, the plat is really clear. There is a plat, so when North 40 was subdivided, Lot 1 is now CMC. Lot 2 excuse me, Block 1 is CMC. Block 2 was divided into Lot 1 and Lot 2. Plus, there's reserved open space, which everybody calls the soccer field. And there is a plat note on the plat. There is also a paragraph in the subdivision improvement agreement that says that the reserved open space, the soccer field, shall be used for land, for area and bulk requirements for development on Block 2. It doesn't say only Lot 1, it doesn't say only Lot 2, it just says on Block 2. So, if you look at, and there is a chart in your memo, my first chart in your memo. So if you look at the Block 2 common area, and you add that to, we divided it in half. 50% going to Lot 1, 50% going to Lot 2. There's no direction in the ordinances or the subdivision improvement agreement on how you would divide the soccer field. So we divided it in half. If you look at that land area and you add it to Lot 2, which is the fire district property, then you come up with a total land area of 105,851 square feet. Dividing 41,400, which is the square footage of the proposed on the property, you come up with a floor area ratio of 0.4 to 1. Without using the soccer field land area, the floor area ratio on the property for the fire district is 0.65.
Kelly?
Can I just ask a general question? So, when I'm thinking about this, you guys approach this as if this was a PUD. So how was the original PUD space allocated? And then how was, if we were to look at this as a PUD, how would this space be allocated? Is that fair to summarize?
Well, so the property was rezoned, the entire 23 acres was rezoned AH2 PUD, and it was considered as a PUD. And Block 3 of the PUD is all the residential units. And there's open space associated with Block 3. There's easements associated with Block 3. There's, and so and the allowable floor area for the AH2 PUD, there's a sliding scale on how big the parcels are. For the fathering parcel, for AH2 PUD, for the fathering parcel, that floor area is 0.3 to 1.
Okay. Okay.
So what I don't know, without really diving deep into the North 40 subdivision and all those approvals, is, was the 0.3 applied to the entire 23 acres, and then that's how they figured out the square footage for the residences, and did they calculate, you know, I mean, there's multiple angles to look at this. But in looking at the plat and in looking at the subdivision improvement agreement, it was really clear that the soccer field land area can be used for development on Block 2. So if we use that for Block 2, and then since there's no direction, we divide it between lots 1 and lots 2, then you're creating more land area available for development on the fire district property, and you get to the 0.4 floor area. So, and as I'm showing here in my little data chart here, which is not really a chart, but the public zone district this property is on is the allowable floor area is 0.5. The Alpine Grove is approximately 0.4. So utilizing the original approval of the North 40, this project and what they're proposing is roughly within comparable.
So then I just have a follow-up question then. So is there any role that the fire district has with regards to the space not used for development that's being credited to them in this calculation?
You mean the soccer field?
The soccer fields, yeah. So in their half of the soccer field, if we lump that in their FAR calculation, the part that doesn't get developed on ostensibly should be, you know, preserved, right? Because now they've reached their max and that's it. Or they'd have up to the 0.5, between the 0.4 and the 0.5 to develop. But what, is there a reasonable expectation that beyond that, which goes towards their development, is then, you know, neutralized?
Of this,
For future development, yeah.
On the soccer field.
Mm-hmm.
The soccer field is reserved as common open space on the plat. That 1.94 acres of the soccer field, that is open space. That's common open space.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But my question, so the lot, the fire department lot gets credit, you're saying, for 50% of the soccer field, even though they've had no responsibility for maintaining that field, they have no use on that field, whatever. I think that's interesting, and I think we should dig deeper into the North 40 PUD original documents to find out how they get any credit for the soccer field when they've had no responsibility for maintaining it as open space and park. I mean, it seems like they're winning when they can't use the park, nor have they had any responsibility to maintain it. And it could be that that's just how it was written, but I think that's interesting. I never would have suspected or expected that they would get any credit for anything on the soccer field when they have had no responsibility for it or ability to use it.
Cindy, I'll call on Cindy right now. I think she can enlighten us on this. She's been around for 35 years, we understand, so you're muted, Cindy.
You're still muted.
You're still muted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've been here a long time, but sometimes that is not so great with the memory either. But in this case, you know, I totally have to support Leslie, and that is exactly what the plat says. But I think that the soccer field has always been, from the perspective of working with John McBride, the developer, has always been the square footage was dedicated to lot 1. Plat does not say that, but the square footage has always been dedicated to lot 1 relative to the way we were thinking about the future. I'm not saying that doesn't, I'm not sure it really matters in the end to this equation, given the fact that we're looking at a special district project, and also Leslie can go on and tell you more about what another angle. We just tried to look at this from every possible angle, and that was one of the angles we looked at it from, because the plat language does clearly state it that way. The other angle that Leslie will talk to you about is originally, if we're going back to the original plat, originally the plat was also zoned, the fire district property was zoned affordable housing, and that had yet another floor area ratio associated with it. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, the plat is inconsistent with the common knowledge of how, in fact, the square footage was to be used on the vacant lot, which we've talked about forever, with what development may or may not be able to be achieved on the vacant lot. So I'm sorry, it's not clear from the plat versus what I'm calling common knowledge, but I'm not sure in the end it really matters.
What would the FAR then be without taking into consideration 50% of the soccer field?
0.65.
It's right, without.
Be 0.65.
0.65.
So.
And
I think
again.
one thing that, Leslie, I hate to jump in here remotely like this, but I think one way to look at it is, we're trying to look at it from every angle. You can look at it from what the property used to be zoned, when it was zoned and looked at as affordable housing. Look at it as, what if we took a portion of the property now and rezoned it to affordable housing? What would those numbers come out to be like? And you can also look at it from the fact that it is now zoned public. And the public zone district now allows a 0.5 lot coverage. So I don't know if that helped, but we're trying to look at.
So if the soccer field square footage was taken out of the picture for the fire department, they'd be at 0.65, which is greater than the allowable of 0.5.
Yes.
Right, by one.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's still greater than allowable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would.
So they would be
still would
over.
like better clarification of the use of that 50%.
Great. I noted that.
I would have the question also, when the North 40 housing was developed, they were using, I don't know what FAR they were allowed at that time. Maybe they used up all the credit for the soccer field area for their FAR. I don't know. So I think what the reading of the document says is going to be critical to this discussion. Now, whether this discussion is pertinent or not even, I'm not sure of that at this point either.
Yeah.
Might not matter.
So again, I've pulled up the plat here for you. And what we're talking about here is this soccer field, reserve as common area, and then we have block 2. So block 2 is the soccer field, lot 1 and lot 2. And these notes under here, see where it says notes 11, 12, and you have block 2 acreage over here, block 2 acreage. So it talks about the common area. The common area, the ability to use the soccer field is only for block 2. It had nothing to do with block 3, which are all the residential units. Now, in the original proposal for North 40 subdivision, the original scheme and how that was all laid out and what common areas are gonna go what place and what allowed what density to go here or there, I can't ascertain that without digging deeper. It was a classic PUD where we're gonna create open space, and we're gonna densify here, we're gonna, but the notes on the plat give this common open space land area to be used for development on block 2.
But you just decided to pick 50%. Because that's what
There's no direction.
Right,
There's no other direction beyond that. Yeah. And we could look at a percentage. What is lot 2, a percentage of the total? Something like that too. And we did do that exercise, but inclined to go to 50%. So, as Cindy talked about, we also looked at this from a density perspective. And the Affordable Housing Zone District, which is what this was originally zoned, is AH2 PUD, which now in the code is AHPUD, but they're the same, looks at how much land area you need based upon the number of bedrooms, really, in the zone district. And so, again, we're only looking at the 35,000 square feet, not the entire property. We're only looking at the land area that's being dedicated to the multifamily affordable housing. And so if this property were to be subdivided and rezoned to affordable housing and special review was approved, which is available in that zone district. Special review, the minimum amount of land area required for the existing proposal is 17,300 square feet. And again, the way the zone district works is that for a single-family home, you need 3,000 square feet of land area. For a studio, you need so much land area. For a one-bedroom multifamily, a two-bedroom, a three-bedroom, the numbers are different. It's really based upon bedrooms. Without special review, one would need 44,510 square feet. So without special review, theoretically, the land area devoted to this project falls short by 9,500 square feet. Now, one could get there by eliminating some bedrooms, changing some things around. You could get to maybe not 17 units and not as many bedrooms, but you could get to a project that fit without special review on the 35,000 square feet. So, in summary, in looking at this project from all the angles, I want to say one thing, Patty. One of the reasons why we looked at this from so many different angles is because this is a area of state interest review by the BOCC as a permitting authority. We have the ability to look at applicable master plans and how those master plans coincide with the proposed project. We cannot look at underlying zoning and say, well, the zoning says 0.5 in public and you have to comply with that. Because our applicable master plan said you can use zoning for height, and the applicable master plan said for new development, we're looking at compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood in mass and scale. So that's why I kind of went down this rabbit hole and looked at all of this from all these different ways to try and get a sense of the compatibility of this project with the surrounding neighborhood, with the original intent of how this neighborhood was planned. So, if you use the soccer field, we find that the FAR of the project is comparable to the surrounding neighborhood. If you use the soccer field, we're at 0.4. Alpine Grove is roughly 0.4, and the underlying zone district is 0.5. If you were to look at across-the-board affordable housing project, one could fit a project onto 35,000 square feet here. That's pretty similar to this project. If you don't use the soccer field, this project is over a little bit by 0.15. And if this project theoretically could not achieve special review, then the configuration of the project and the bedrooms would have to change. And often the amount of development and the density affect existing infrastructure, and a review of the primary intersection of at the airport business center is what was warranted. And therefore, that's why we did this analysis of mass and scale as directed by the WAMP, and we thought that was appropriate because we're looking at how does that affect our infrastructure, how does that affect the area of state interest, which is the intersection.
Steve, I have a question.
Kelly.
So then looking at the development permit conditions, could this be approved in a way that conditions the development on the affordable housing unit density to meet that 36,000? Because I don't think we're looking at, they could change their layout at this point before, after this process. They can come and say, oh, we only want to do 15 units, or we want to do multiple fewer bedrooms here, more bedrooms there. So is that an option for our board, is to say, okay, so if we approve this development permit, it's conditioned on the fact that your affordable housing units are gonna be calculated based on the square footages per unit to add up to that 36,000 square feet, and that's your max, that's your cap. Do we have that authority here?
I'm gonna let John Ely respond to that. However, I just want to show you back again my very first slide, which I think this language gives the permitting authority the ability to deny or to add conditions of approval.
Right, and the argument there would be, because we want to comply with the master plan, you know, which is part of this review, but maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, and that would, George looks like he has another comment, but.
Yeah, if John Ely is going to opine on that, another question I would have is, Leslie and John, using the county's methodology in terms of height versus the applicants, do we have the ability to do that as a condition?
Am I up?
Yeah.
Yes,
you're up.
go ahead.
All right, well, this is fun stuff, huh? So we're, there's a lot of different things going on. First, in regards to the WOMP, it is a master plan for one of our county planning areas. It's an advisory document. It has not been codified, but it is referred to within our development review processes as a source of reference upon which to evaluate development proposals. What we're in now is a little bit different in that we're dealing with a 1041 review for a fire district. So under 1041, in particular in dealing with areas of state or areas of state interest, and in particular areas of state interest around arterial interchanges, which is the focus really of this development permit application. The county has the ability under the statute to encourage the smooth flow of motorized and non-motorized traffic. So I would say every word in that sentence is important. So you're looking at traffic and you're looking to ensure the smooth flow of that traffic. But you're in a point of encouraging the smooth flow of traffic. So there's not a point of denial of a permit application, but a point of reference to encourage the smooth flow of traffic. Given that that's what we're looking at a 1041 review, we're looking at, within 1041, areas of state interest, and of the many enumerated areas of state interest that the county has adopted, the particular one that is of import here are areas around arterial interchanges. In addition to that criteria, the county has the ability to foster the development in such areas in a manner calculated to preserve the smooth flow of traffic. And then the complicated one is that the county has the ability to evaluate the public request to preserve desirable existing community patterns. That language is contained within the county code as well as in the state statute, and is amplified by including specific references to know what it is we're talking about when we talk about existing community patterns. And that's with a reference to the relevant master plans for the area of development, or proposed development. So it's not I guess to George's and Kelly's question, it is not a factor upon which a denial is premised, but a factor upon which a review is based in consideration of the area of state interest, which is this arterial intersection. So the presentation that Leslie put out is interesting in that much of the discussion talked about the proposed development in terms of height and density. And height and density of the proposed development is not necessarily a criteria under which it's evaluated pursuant to state law and our own code, but it is a quality upon which it is reviewed. It's an interesting dynamic on the state statute, and then by consequence the same language that we use in our code has been construed by the courts, but has always been construed to give equal importance to the local jurisdiction's ability to review, as well as the district or the taxing authority or the subdivision of the state, whatever is involved, ability to proceed with necessary development to fulfill its purpose or its designated mission under the law. So the determination of where a highway is going to go is a determination to be made by CDOT. However, local jurisdictions can review under 1041 the actions of CDOT and can require CDOT to bend toward the local jurisdiction's concern about, for example, preserving desirable existing community patterns of growth and development. But the court has always construed the competing authorities of jurisdictions, reviewing jurisdiction and the jurisdiction that is offering a project for development as not quite coextensive, but in concert with one another, such that the district cannot move forward without the review of the local jurisdiction, and the local jurisdiction does not have that ultimate authority under 1041 to say, no, you cannot construct a highway or a fire station or fire district substation, something along those lines. So there is a concert that is anticipated within 1041. 1041 is at its heart a mitigation statute, as opposed to, say, our regulatory authority under Title 29, which is an ability to deny, to approve or deny or approve with conditions. This is a mitigation type statutory scheme. So approval with conditions such that the conditions are designed to alleviate the impact of a project on either an area of state interest or as it concerns an activity of state interest. And as we said, what we're focused on through this review process is the highway intersection. That is the 1041 concern that is implicated by this proposed development. If the fire station was in the housing associated with it, the firefighter housing was not near a limited access road that fell into the definition of arterial highway, then this review would not even be predicated. So I'm not sure if I'm getting closer to resolution, George. I see that 10.
George.
Yeah, no, I think you are. I think that helps clarify because we're spending a lot of time discussing density and height. And as I hear you say that 1041 as a review, we can encourage, but we can't deny based on that or have condition. And the other thing I'm hearing you say is the 1041, really for us, it contemplates the mitigation in terms of the impact, and specifically the impact of the traffic. And so my question or my comment would be, we really need to understand the impact of this project to determine how we want to mitigate it, correct?
Right. But I don't want to infer that the information that Leslie presented is not part part of this analysis, just because it brings up something new in an analysis of the density component of the proposal against the underlying plat approval that was done many years ago. And so that is an interesting scale upon which to evaluate the proposal, given this idea of community patterns of development that is referenced in the statute, to look at the master plan, but also to look at a plat, which relates particularly to this plat. So, but yes, George, you're absolutely right in your articulate summation of what I was trying to get across.
Coming from an attorney, that's pretty impressive.
I'm sorry, I just need a little more clarity, and maybe I'm being really dense on this, but, you know, I'm looking at that Leslie's screen that pulls from the code language that says additional criteria applicable to areas around arterial highways. Number 3, the project shall be compatible with existing developments and the character of the neighborhood. So what do I do with that? You know, I have a lot of traffic questions too. Don't get me wrong. I hope everyone has, you know, Red Bulls with them today. But, you know, I'm anxious to get to that component as well. But what do I do with that language of criteria that is just blatantly highlighted right in front of us?
Yeah, and also, if Leslie, if you can scroll down your screen to the enumerated 4th paragraph there.
This part? Keep
Yeah,
going.
That's the third that Kelly was talking about, but the subsection 4.
Where does
code section.
Go farther down the
To
screen.
4, isn't there a 4?
There you go. So the language in 4, Kelly, is even more interesting than the language in 3. The project shall preserve desirable existing community patterns. And that language is the exact language that appears in the statute. It is elaborated but not inconsistent with the statute by our code language in paragraph 3. So, yeah, what do you do with that? What you do with that is you analyze the impact of the proposed development upon the area of state interest to determine if there is an impact that can be or should be mitigated such that the permit approval can be issued, as George said.
So just to clarify, when I'm thinking when I'm looking at 3 and 4 here, I need to think of these as referring to the traffic lens. So compatible with traffic impacts on existing development and character of the neighborhood in number 3, or number 4, project shall preserve desirable traffic impacts existing in the community pattern. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, because if you scroll back up on this same page, or I'm not sure, I can't remember if it was in the packet, but this is a subsection of the land use code that refers to additional criteria that is applicable to development in areas around arterial highways and interchanges, and that mirrors the 1041 or what we call 1041, which is the areas and activities of state interest statutory provision.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Leslie, I have
my framework. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, clarification. The Alpine Grove, is that the affordable housing part that is in the North 40 subdivision?
No,
Or where is that located?
That's located in the traditional Airport Business Center. It was, they got extension of vested rights, I think, in 2006. And it was a buy-down program. There's 17 three-bedroom units. Was the last.
It's another development within the
And how
ABC.
close is it in proximity? Would you consider it part of the same neighborhood as the.
It's not part of the North 40 neighborhood, but it's just, you go to the four-way stop behind the,
So you'd go down to Baltic Avenue to get there. Is
yeah, it's just right on the other side of Baltic Avenue.
that- Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And looking at, I want to get it straight in my mind. You said the property used to be zoned for affordable housing, and was it, when the North 40 was approved, was that land earmarked for affordable housing?
The entire North 40 subdivision was zoned AH2 PUD.
Okay, the whole thing was.
Yes, and this property was zoned AH2 PUD. However, if you look at the plat notes, they talk about future development for AH/commercial accessory uses for Block 2, lots 1 and 2. And then in 2006, the fire district purchased the property, did a master plan specific for their property, and rezoned the property to public.
Okay, then you're listing 1.46 acres of land that's applicable to the FAR of.
That
of
is the fire district
district.
property.
Now, does that include the entire property, including the fire station?
Yes, yeah,
So everything they purchased was 1.46
Right.
acres.
right.
And then under the existing zoning, it was rezoned in 2006 to the public?
Public, right,
And the public allows an FAR of 0.5.
0.5. Yes. There is, in the 2006 master plan, they lay out the use of the substation, and they talk about the height, and they talk about floor area. But they also say there could be other development, most likely affordable housing on the rest of the property. The 0.5 is a baseline.
So even though the fire station's built on part of it, they could build up to 0.5 residences on.
No, the 0.5 applies to the entire piece, the 1.46 acres.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the fire station takes up part of it. That
Yes.
means that the affordable housing would be crammed into a smaller part of it. They would still be allowed a certain amount of square footage based on the entire
yes.
property.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they're estimating that 35,000 square feet is the area for the housing. It's basically from the back of the apron, there's that big apron
Yeah.
behind the substation.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that clarification. Leslie, do you have more that you
I
wanted to-
don't. I was going to turn my time now to GR to talk about traffic.
That's what I was gonna say. We talked about the density, the height, and all those issues. GR can talk about the traffic issues.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
so GR, you're, I hope you're there, or you're on now?
I'm back. Hello, everybody. Again, GR Fielding, County Engineer. And upon first review of this application, I had requested on behalf of the county that the applicant perform what's called the Level 2 TIS, which is CDOT nomenclature for a traffic study. That traffic study was submitted, and I did not take any exceptions with the findings that Dan Coakley came up with from SGM. What it does, though, is we started at a place with this study that really concentrated on looking at the traffic on the arterial highway here, which is State Highway 82. We all know that as you get past this location going up Valley in the morning, we obviously have a lot of backups and things of that nature. But at the Baltic intersection itself, the levels of which the traffic would change here on the highway wasn't necessarily hugely significant, because that was where that metric was taking, was on the highway, not necessarily, say, at an intersection on at like Baltic and Sageway, or back at the four-way stop. The other things that we reviewed for, sorry, I'm flipping through a number of different documents right now to find my memo that I sent to Leslie. we did take a look at this area, and because of the conversations that are happening in the neighborhood between CMC, the city of Aspen, the Aspen Airport, and this proposal, we have decided as a county to move forward with our own traffic analysis that digs into all of these things. We have also taken a look back at several other documents, whether it be the WOMP that's been referenced several times that recommended, the underpass and some of the improvements that was value engineered down for the ABC area that have been performed at this point. The State Highway 82 Access Control Plan, which contemplates a frontage road between Service Center and the North 40, and one between where right now the right in, right out is out of the ABC and the lumber yard, to help facilitate the additional traffic that could be generated in and out of the ABC and North 40 area. There's some other infrastructure needs that we've looked at too, whether it's, really centers around a lot of the pedestrian amenities. It's, pretty well known that it's difficult to get from that North 40 side of Baltic over towards the ABC, towards the transit facility. We've also started to pull up a lot of the things that were recommended, like the circulating transit route that came up in the WOMP, that right now doesn't exist. But with more dense housing and more people living out there, I would anticipate that we're probably getting towards the point where that should be considered. We did take a look at, and I did make comment on things like bicycle parking to make sure that first and last mile is a consideration. Development of the on-street parking, it's been a bit of a headache in this area for our road and bridge folks in the past, just because of the fact that we tend to be, all of our other areas are pretty rural, and so we tend to focus on our snow removal in more of a rural fashion. But as far as the traffic, the report shows that we do have some difficult situations in and around Baltic Avenue, and there are going to be some level of exacerbation by adding to that. The level of service for the State Highway 82 and Baltic intersection is listed as low as a D, and I believe this is further complicated with the proximity of the intersection just off of the highway as well, that's Sageway, 100 Road, and Baltic Avenue. I think that over time, this will all push more traffic further into the ABC, so they will forego using that front way Baltic Avenue, Sageway and Baltic Avenue intersection, and move back into the ABC to the four-way stop, and start using the front way Baltic Avenue 300 Road intersection. I do think, though, the applicant's assumptions for current traffic and projections are adequate and conservative. And then the one last thing that I do want to say, though, is the fair share analysis that it does contemplate. While this method is really adequate to set up an overall context, it may miss a little bit of the nuance the board was talking about, the net effect, right? So when we're looking at what is being proposed, the report says it's 1% of the traffic. Well, that's in the context of really the intersection with the at Highway 82. But if we were just to take a look at what's proposed, with some of the other adjacent, the report says that there's a 12% increase overall to be expected. Well, this is one of that 12%, and so that's a little bit more of the context of this this singular proposal that's before you.
I have a question.
So let's go to Patty first, and then George.
Well, GR, when you said it's going to probably push people more into use within the ABC to go to that four-way stop, and then either making a right turn out of there to get onto Highway 82 westbound, But then people who want to go Highway 82 eastbound will take frontage road from the four-way stop to Baltic, and then try and get into that intersection to get into the left turn lane to come up, which is already a quagmire as we know it. I mean, it's difficult to get across that street. And if you add in a traffic increase at North 40 with this housing, they're either going to come out on frontage or out on Sage to access Baltic. So I can't imagine this not exacerbating traffic at that quagmire of the gas station and trying to get onto Highway 82 and Roxy's Market, that whole nest of intersection right there. Regardless if people are forced into the ABC to come back out, they're going to still have to cross onto Baltic somewhere to go make a left turn to go back up Valley, right?
Yes. So if I understand your question correct, Patty, yes, I do think that as you start adding traffic in this area, you're going to see more people kind of getting smart about where to queue to get onto Highway 82 and using the four-way stop to get out of the North 40 or ABC versus using what's effectively right now the frontage roads.
So that would be people though only wanting to go eastbound on Highway 82, because the only way you can go westbound is at the Baltic intersection.
The only way to go eastbound would be the Baltic intersection.
Yeah.
You could go
And westbound you can make a right only, but to go left only, there's only one place to go left only. Okay, thanks, Jer.
Okay, George.
Yeah, it's just tacking on to some of Patty's comments. GR, you talked about the traffic study that SG did, and I thought you said that that was really focused on as an arterial traffic study, specifically 82, did not take into account Baltic or Sageway, those intersections. Is that correct?
No, and I believe Dan's on too, and he can talk about his study. But really, the crux of this was looking at it from more of that arterial highway side of it.
That's what I'm asking. So we really haven't done a definitive study in terms of the impact it would have at the Baltic Sageway frontage road intersections, correct? And the queues that may be associated with that?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so it's hard for us to look at just one study without looking at the major issue in terms of ingress and egress onto 82 to begin with. I think we have to do that. We have to have that, and then in terms of trying to come up with how to mitigate that and a fair share cost to the fire district, we need to come up with that number, because what has sort of been thrown out initially as $100,000 to be put into escrow to mitigate, we don't know what we're mitigating, and I'm thinking that 100,000 is woefully short in terms of what we're going to really need to address this issue.
I'm going to add to that real quick, based on 17 units and the bedroom count at the proposed development.
Okay, Kelly.
Thanks. Yeah. Following this thread, could you just define for me in GR the difference between a level 1 and a level 2 study? Because I just noted that there was a little conversation in the appendices about that. Did we lose him?
No, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Thinking.
I'd have to look the difference between the different size of traffic impact studies. I do think if Dan is available from SGM, he is the one that performs these types of studies regularly, and probably can get into the nuance in between the two different traffic impact studies.
And then I have a second question, which is I noticed in the somewhere in the packet that it was noted that because of COVID effects that a traffic count survey did not make sense to be done, and so this is relying a bit on older numbers. And I wonder if you think that continues to be the case, or if it's valid to pursue those counts now?
Well,
And Dan
luckily
could
we were
comment.
able.
Good point.
Luckily, we were able to take a look at some of the existing traffic counts that we had in the area. And again, I do think that what was used for this study is fairly adequate. Moving forward, we for the county's own traffic study that we're doing in this area right now, we have conducted new traffic counts, and those are being analyzed right now. I don't know what that's going to look like in comparison to some of the historic. Staff has been completing traffic studies, traffic counts in a couple strategic areas around the county to be able to help put some sort of percentage, say, on whatever we're gathering as data right now. And so, we're looking at a lot of the main, collector routes like McLean Flats and Brush Creek and Owl Creek and things like that. So that way, when we get all this data in, we can see what that looks like versus some of our historic data. But for the purposes of something like the study that was performed by this applicant, I do think that taking the methodology that they took to get from our existing traffic counts that we had in history and trying to project them to now are fairly adequate.
Craig.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, GR, we talk about the COVID conditions, how are things shaping up differently regarding COVID. The other big development is, I guess it's a post-COVID reality, which seems to be that we're seeing an influx in people who may not go away after COVID's gone. Because they can telecommute, because they no longer have to go to work in the city, they're going to move here and they're going to stay here if they happen to have had an empty second home. It may be full now. So I would love to make sure that that's a part of the criteria when we're doing a traffic study, that we're understanding that, the numbers are changing. And I can't say which way right now, but I think the things have changed. The conditions have changed. And I think we should be sure that we don't just assume it'll go away if the magic vaccine comes or if COVID just goes away, because it may not. We may have the teleconferencing phenomenon from here on out. I wanted to make that point. The second one was regarding mitigation and understanding the studies. I would really love to see, as George pointed out, what mitigation looks like. What would it look like? We're talking about trying to figure out how we're going to handle traffic flow in and out of the ABC and along the highway and the airport in the future. I think it'd be really good for all of us to get a clear idea. Maybe, I know it's only a projection of what we would need in addition with additional intersections, roundabouts, frontage roads, whatever it's going to take to clear this up, because you've articulated the problem very well. I'd like to have a visual on that, and I think I asked for it last time, and at some point we'll get to a point where maybe that's a necessary thing to include in this. But then my very first question, I'll ask it last, was just regarding the objectivity or the subjectivity of the various words used in the highlighted criteria. I'm trying to get a grip, compatibility. I know we're talking about traffic, compatibility with existing developments, compatibility with character. How do you quantify those terms? And I'm hoping that there's some experts here who do this on a regular basis, because there's a lot of gray area when we talk about compatibility with character and compatible, I don't know how to interpret that. And I'm glad Kelly asked the question earlier. I wasn't sure it was just about traffic here. Now that we know it still is some subjectivity that I'm trying to get through. Compatibility with character, does that mean, do we use traffic counts or highway width, or can you help me with that? I don't know if that's GR or someone else.
I can take a very preliminary crack at that, Greg. But, yes, it is fairly subjective, as you noted. And I do think that there are some criteria that is lined out. And when like, say, CDOT looks at a development like this and we use their criteria for the traffic study, there's kind of a threshold question. And the threshold question gets to when you go over the line for the increase in traffic in an area, as what is indicated, basically what I believe to be is in the access permit, which in this case the county holds on and off of Highway 82. It's not until you hit that threshold where CDOT really gets very interested in, like, you know, some sort of major capital improvement. But that's always been the flaw in that methodology, because you're just waiting till you hit the bar, and then you hit the bar, and then someone's got to pay for all of that. And so that's why we always try to do the fair share and try to be a little bit preemptive on that. And so that's where that comes in, Greg. And that's why we asked for the traffic study to contemplate that. The hard thing is it contemplates it on that arterial, not necessarily where the board is right now with, you know, wanting to take a look at some of those interior roads within the ABC itself.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it does seem like we're not really looking at the whole picture here, and that's vexing, and I think we should be. So I support Georgia's suggestion regarding, you know, if we need to, if this is included in our study that we're already doing, that's great. If it's not, we should be asking for that.
It is included in the study that the Pickens County has started at this time.
Okay, and I'll take my turn now. I've looked at the traffic flow in a different from a different aspect. We've been looking at it in this discussion as if this is just housing, 17 units of housing. Well, if you look at it as 17 firefighters who are volunteer firefighters, what happens in the event of a fire call or an accident that they're required to go to a call? If they are at their job in town, where they live at the North 40, they are at their job in town and there's a fire call, how do they get their, do they have their get-ups with them, or do they have to go to the North 40 fire station to get their equipment before they go to a fire? If there's a fire at night when they're at home on the east side of town that they have to go through the traffic to get into town, or on the east side of town, that affects the traffic flow in a different manner. If there's a brush fire or an accident down valley from the airport, they would, and they're working in town and they need to get to the North 40 to get to their equipment and then go west of town to go to the accident or the incident. Those are different kinds of traffic patterns than we've really been talking about. And so if you try to think of, you know, all the different possibilities that are out there as to where the firefighters are living, where they're working, where their equipment is, and where the incident that they have to respond to is located, you're getting a lot of different variables in the traffic pattern that we haven't been looking at in our discussion here. That's how I've been looking at it, trying to make it so the fire department can be the most responsive to any sort of emergency, no matter where their employees are living, where they're working, and where the incident is.
Steve, could I?
Patty.
I was going to tag on, and there was a lot of public comment, which I appreciated, from people saying they really thought it was a good idea to have the firefighters living close to the fire station for response time. But you're absolutely right. That doesn't mean that they're going to be there at the time of the fire. They may be working anywhere in the valley and still have to respond. The district, I believe, only requires that you live within the district. I'm not sure it requires that you work within the district for your volunteer job, because you may be just outside of the district in Old Snowmass working construction, for example, and have to respond up into. So it's not as simple as, when paid guys actually live at the stations in most cases to respond.
Yeah.
So.
Now, if it were an all-professional firefighting force where they're working at the fire station, that would be a different situation. If there are volunteer firefighters living there, that presents different variables that we need to take
But if
into
you
our
have paid
consideration.
guys living there, that means they're not working that day.
Yeah. So I don't expect you to respond to that, GR, at this point, but I want to show you how my thinking is. Then in terms of the possible road improvements that we might be looking at with the cumulative effect of all the projects, I mean, we potentially could look at 3 major intersections with lights in that, where we now have one, is one possibility. There could be one at the Service Center Road, there could be one at Baltic, and one down by the lumberyard. We could have a big one or more roundabouts somehow involved in getting the traffic where they need to be. It could be a roundabout right in Highway 82, just like at our other roundabout, is one potential thing. So, I mean, there are lots of different possibilities, that some of them pretty major construction that we potentially are looking at without seeing the diagrams and putting some thought into that, and then looking at the peculiarities of the needs of the fire department for getting their fire trucks where they need to go in the event of an emergency. We don't want them stuck in a traffic jam, or, you know, trying to get on to Baltic Avenue, even with their lights and sirens going. It could present difficulties at times to get where they need to go. Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. I wondered, GR, with regards to the mitigating options that you presented, so the improved intersections, the aid the development operations of a future transit circulator route, and pay for additional snow removal needs. And I think you guys had some bike parking stuff too. Do you have a breakdown of like how the $100,000 was come up with, you know, so that we can just assess how that is directly tied to the projects that you would think would need to be mitigated with for this development?
Kelly, there's not a specific, say, project list that has delineated dollar values at this time. The initial number that was thrown out as far as, you know, some sort of fee was really, you know, thinking that we were going to have multi-millions that would need to be invested over the years, whether it's the improvements to the intersections in and out of the ABC North 40, or if it's, you know, putting in more lane on Baltic Avenue, off of State Highway 82 to help facilitate, say, a left turn towards CMC and where this proposed housing is, and, you know, some of the other things. There's not anything that has been specifically drawn out onto those. It was based on just taking a look at the State Highway 82 Access Control Plan and the WOMP, and taking a look at a lot of those different recommendations that have been developed over the years, and also looking at what had been developed when the county had rebuilt in 2013 and 14 the underpass and all of the roads in the ABC, and what was value engineered out, and what would likely be the things that are needed, like additional sidewalks and other pedestrian amenities into the future.
Okay, thanks, GR.
Okay, any other questions on, for the staff on traffic issues right now? I think we've covered a lot of territory.
I have one real quick one for GR. This is kind of a traffic flow issue with the access to the underground parking, just something to maybe bring up somewhere in the meeting, coming out right at Totterdown. That seems like an interesting place for a driveway with access for 34 cars. Line of sight issues with the curve in the road there. I drove it the other day just to check it out. So that's for future discussion, because I think that's part of your next permitting process, is to access to that underground parking?
Yeah, actually, Patty, that one is an interesting one, and it was a little bit of a discussion back and forth of where the access should go, and the applicant had actually moved that access, I believe at our request, to line up with Totterdown because it's the lesser of the two evils is believed to be if you align it so that it's a four-way intersection. Would be better than having the offset intersection of where it was initially proposed. Even with the slightly less kind of sight lines that you'll have coming out of there, it's not necessarily like the high volume road where or high speed. So aligning it with the road across the street actually made more sense.
Okay, I am concerned about the line of sight, and it may not be a high-volume road today, but it definitely will be if there's 34 cars added to that coming in and out. So just a point of concern. Thanks, GR.
And Kelly, you have one more thing?
Yeah, not related to traffic, actually. I was digging in a little more to the areas of state interest criteria, and I just have a question related to the noise criteria around airports. And I'm looking at the P&Z packet information there, but what it says here, it says any person proposing development on property exposed to noise greater than decibel 55 as depicted on the airport or heliport noise contour map approved by the BOCC. And I just want some more information about what that noise contour map is, since it relates to this project.
To the areas of state interest specifically.
Right.
So there is a noise contour map, and this project was found to be within the range. I would have to dig it out for which decibels they are. Maybe Chris, you can look at that, and
I think it said 0.5.
it's like 45, between 45 and 55. And there are land uses that are recommended within the various noise contours. This project falls within a specific noise contour as residential development is allowed within this noise contour. So that's something that we looked at when we did the analysis and looked at the proximity of this project to the airport. The condition of approval that we've requested that came out of the airport looking at this project is just that an navigation easement is recorded on this property. John Kenny also requested, he said, it would be really great if as these units are occupied, there's a little disclaimer that you're going to be in a unit that is close to the airport.
And the noise issues, the odor issues, yeah.
Yeah, right.
When you build across from an airport, you expect airport.
Right. But really what we looked hard at is that noise contour map and where this project falls within that. And in the application, there's the existing noise contour map, and then there's a proposed map that's based upon potential mitigation at the airport, a sound wall or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a lot of details on that, but thank you, I appreciate that.
One other issue, since you brought that up, that reminded me, Kelly, I've been wondering, there's talking about improving the pedestrian possibilities for getting to the transit is another area of state interest, which can be a problem if you're coming, and I've done it before, walking from that direction. I've walked from the service center road to the Raptus stop at the airport, so I don't have to cross the highway. You get to Baltic Avenue, there's a bunch of traffic there.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous.
It makes it a problem for a pedestrian to actually get across there safely. And that hasn't really been talked about much, but the pedestrian access from the North 40 to the airport Raptus stop can be tricky. And I think that needs to be kind of thought out a little bit and tried, how are we going to actually improve that? And because that is listed as one of the things that needs mitigation.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, Cindy.
One of the things on that, Steve, in the WAMP, we talked about the fact that when North 40 was developed and the North 40 citizens got involved with the WAMP and the development of the WAMP, it was pointed out that that was a dangerous place and that many people would not send their kids, they were going to get in their cars and they would not send their kids to cross the intersection at the time to get on a school bus or to go on the regular bus to school because of the unsafe nature of crossing Baltic Avenue. So one of the things that the WAMP talks about is putting together a shuttle that would come along the front road of the 100 road of the ABC, continue on, through Baltic Avenue and pick up folks from the North 40, the North 40 fire station, anyone from that area, and loop back. So there were discussions about that, and having funds available for all those solutions is important.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Let's see, are there any other things commissioners want to bring up now? I think we need to go to the applicant's presentation now.
Yes, please.
And I don't see any hands going up, so I think, are we done, Leslie, with
Yes.
the staff presentation?
So I need-
Greg?
Greg's waving.
Sorry, I did want to, Leslie made a comment earlier, I just wanted to circle back to very quickly, and it's just regarding the need to dig deeper regarding the status of Block 2, Block 1, the ability to use the soccer field. There was something in there that just doesn't seem, I know in a letter from Mr. McBride, it doesn't sound like that's not how he interpreted it, but what the plat says one thing, but the impression I got from you, Leslie, is it would require more digging to find out just what's happening here. Are we clear? Is everyone else clear on whether or not the soccer field can be used in the determination of floor area? And do we need to dig deeper? And just going on your words.
I think Cindy, you're about to jump in. So, it is very clear on the plat. It is very clear in the subdivision improvement. Really, Patty asked us to dig deeper on that and make sure. What I was referring to is digging deep. The entire, how the North 40 was originally proposed, and in that approval and in those iterations, was it 0.3 on the fathering parcel intended to then redeveloped and subdivided? That I don't know how the open space on Block 3 played into the residential square footage on Block 3. I mean, I would have to really dig in to the North 40 open space, and maybe it would become clearer how the soccer field.
Heard from John Ely, what's clear to me is that even though we can dig deeper in terms of history in the plat, it really doesn't pertain to our 1041 decision ability.
That's what I would.
Yeah. Yes, I wouldn't have to spend a lot of time on that.
Because we.
Let's move on to the applicant presentation now. Chris, are you going to be carrying the weight on that one?
Yes, I am, and Riley's going to be driving the presentation PowerPoint. So assume you can all hear me. Give me a thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay. Awesome, thank you. Chris Bennett on behalf of the Fire Protection District. Thanks for having us back. Speaking today will be myself, obviously, Dan Coakley from SGM Engineering, and Rick Valentine, who will speak to the application, and he may have some comments. fires. Next slide, please. Last time we talked about the reasons that you should feel good about supporting this project, housing for firefighters. And today, as you have been already, we're going to focus on the 1041 criteria, the areas of state. Just a simple rebrief of where we were. This is the site and the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. The site plan and how the units lay out there. So you see on the left-hand side is the existing substation. With the map, you see the proposed housing units. Next slide. The proposed units are the same. We haven't changed them from the last time we talked, and here's how the units stack up. 17 units total, 39 bedrooms. And these are all rental units. Next slide. Again, from last time, some of the basics of the project. We did talk about the lowering of the project from 32 feet to 28, and the lowering of the solar mechanical pieces to that is allowed by the Pickett County Code. The mechanical and solar that's on top of the 3-story sections would fall under that allowance. The mechanical and solar that's either ground mount or located on top of the 2-story sections would be able to go up to the 28 feet, and then the additional allowance on top of that. Next slide. The floor areas and how they lay out, we talked about that last time. The parking, 34 spaces that's been mentioned in the garage, and then there's some other surface spaces on the property and adjacent to the property. View of the proposal from Highway 82 as best we can approximate. They're behind the existing substation. And Stryker Brown is the architect for the project and is also on the call if you have questions about the architecture of the building. Next slide. We also heard from various fire protection district folks and their quote. So our focus today is on the 1041 review standards, and so we're going to talk about airport, mass transit, which are both pretty simple, and then the intersection. Sorry in advance if we're a little bit redundant, but we want to make sure that the record is very sufficient on all these points. The project has received its location and extent approval, and that covered all of the issues of mass scale, height, floor areas. So we see those issues as being behind us, and just focusing on these areas of state interest, and in particular limited to the arterial highway and not necessarily issues that are already evident in your discussion of roads that are inside the ABC or North 40 neighborhoods. First is the easiest. That seems to be alignment. It's the one area that, frankly, height would have a connection to the state's interest, because you could picture a building that's so high that it would actually interfere with the airport's operations, but that's we're nowhere near that, so that's our height has no impact on the airport. There's some parameters around communication that we comply with. There was mention of a navigation easement that already affects the property, and a desire for that to be clearly extended to the individual units so people understand that live next to an airport, which somewhat comes with living in a neighborhood called the Airport Business Center. But we can extend that easement to those residences. We don't have a quarrel with that. Okay, next slide. Also appear on not having a negative impact on transit facilities. We're actually very ideally located. The ability to walk to transit, walk to employment, walk to grocery store. There's some limited retail restaurant services we can walk to, we can hop on. This is a site that is really ideal for density. And all of you being associated with planning matters for as long as you have kind of know that intuitively that this is really a site that you want to develop. and we should be kind of exercising the options that we have as a community for sites like this. And it would be sort of strange to then introduce penalties for locating affordable housing on a site like this. But we do feel we have good alignment on mass transit. Next slide. So then we get into the intersection and our proximity to the Highway 82 and Baltic Avenue intersection. A few have access off of that intersection. There's a regional airport with 500,000 plus employments per year, maybe not this year, but a lot of activity that's happening around that intersection already. As GR mentioned, we were asked to provide a traffic analysis of that intersection, and Dan Coakley from SGM Engineering provided that analysis. It's in your packet, and GR has referenced it. And Dan, if you're on the line, if you could jump in here and provide some of the commentary that you'd like to provide on that analysis that you did.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Dan Coakley. I'm a professional engineer and professional traffic operations engineer. I've worked with SGM since similar and more complex studies over the past 20 years that are mostly on state highways for CDOT and regions 2 and 3 and 5, and this project is in region 3. So I'm familiar with CDOT standards, and this assessment was completed based on CDOT level 2 traffic guidelines, traffic study guidelines, and discussion with GR. And it was asked what is a level 2 study? A project that generates less than 10 trips per day. So that's basically a single family house. A level 2 study is a study that generates between 10 and 99 trips per day, which is where this project fits in. And then a level 3 study is a project that generates more than 100 trips per day. And kind of the difference between a level 2 and a level 3 study is a level 2 study typically looks at the impacted intersection only and not surrounding intersections. And so that kind of explains why we did a level 2 study. The assessment analyzed the Baltic Avenue intersection with State Highway 82. So it analyzed that 4-way intersection and looked at the level of service of the overall intersection, as well as the level of service and delay encountered at the westbound Baltic approach to that intersection. And that intersection, as you know, serves a majority of the Aspen Airport Business Center and the North 40 residential. Chris has up on the screen kind of a qualitative look at level of service. CDOT standards are that they would like a level of service D for their intersections, an overall level of service D. The study looked at 3 scenarios. One, a baseline 2020 traffic level scenario. The second was a 20-year or 2040 background traffic, where I took the 2020 traffic volumes and grew them based on a CDOT growth factor, which was 11%, I believe, proposed traffic. The baseline scenario, well, all 3 of those scenarios, which includes the Highway 82 movements. We also looked at the westbound approach, those level of services for each movement, for the left turn movements were level of service D in all three scenarios, and the right turn was a level of service A in all three scenarios. So that's level of service gives you a qualitative look at kind of the operation and how the intersection feels. To look at it more quantitatively, you can look at the delay which the level of service is based upon and the queue lengths, and that will give you, I guess, a better idea of the impact of this project and the impact of the background traffic. So in the baseline 2020 scenario, the delay for the westbound approaches, and if you add the background traffic, those delays are on the order of 45 seconds. So they increase 3 seconds when you add the background traffic. And then when you add the project traffic, those delays increase a couple tenths of a second. So going from 2040 background traffic to 2040 plus the project traffic, there's not a significant impact to that intersection based on, my analysis. And the queue analysis shows pretty much the same thing, that there's somewhat of a increase in delay and queue from 2020 to 2040, but when you add the project traffic, it's a fairly insignificant increase. GR mentioned the CDOT access permit, and he didn't talk about numbers, but CDOT requires a new access permit and mitigation when your project traffic increases 20% or more, and this would be based on just the Baltic Avenue ingress-egress movements. So based on the existing 2020 traffic and the Fireplace Housing projected traffic, that increase in traffic is a little bit less than 2%, so much less than the 20% threshold. The second part of the study was the fair share analysis, and the purpose of that was to determine the Fireplace Housing share of traffic in a 2040 scenario. So the Fireplace Housing project, the lumberyard proposed project, the CMC dormitory project, and improvements at the Aspen Airport, in addition to the background traffic. And the Fireplace Housing project is 1% of that increased traffic from the 2020 baseline to 2040 plus the Fireplace Housing project. The last thing I think, the last thing I wanted to talk about was just at the aspects, there's discussion of building heights and building square footages, and the aspect of a residential project. A residential project is, let me back up. The trip generation for this residential project is based on the number of units, and that's based on, it's the 17 units, and that trip generation is based on the ITE trip generation manual, standard way to come up with trip generation. And it doesn't have anything to do with building heights or floor areas. Those types of things have no effect on traffic. There were a couple other questions that I was going to answer. I think I addressed, GR talked about the net effect of 1%, and I explained how that included the background traffic rather than just the other 4 proposed project traffic. I think I'll leave it right there and be available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Just to kind of focus on a few things that Dan had said is that the intersection performs now at a level C. It performs after our project at a level C. There's an impact that's going to be felt in the range of 1/10 of a second or a few tenths of a second, and so that's obviously not a huge impact, but that's the level of impact that we're looking at. And then the second part that he said is that the proportionate amount of traffic that our project represents is in the 1% range. Dan did mention the background. The background includes other projects that are anticipated in that area. So you may have a question about that. Does this include CMC? Does it include the airport? Expansion and employment, going up. So it includes all of that, and we had to make some, just professional estimates about what those things would look like, not knowing if they'll come forward and what they, how many units that they will actually have. So, but those are included in that. The other thing that Dan said is that there's just no correlation between stylistic elements of the project and the function of the intersection. And, obviously, maybe this is kind of past us now, given the conversation we've had so far, but we do have a quarrel with staff's previous, I think, straining to talk about floor area and heights and design-related issues under the guise of it having some sort of traffic parameter, and we just don't see the correlation. There's, in fact, just no correlation. There's no rational nexus there. And then the last thing that Dan had mentioned is that the state's interest is in the arterial highway. The state, not that they're not sympathetic, but they just don't have an interest in the traffic patterns and movements and frustrations within the ABC or within the North 40 neighborhoods. Not that they maybe aren't issues, but they're just not issues in the state's mind, and not issues for your 1041 review. I do want to move on to the next slide.
Can I have before we move away from...
Okay, question from Patty.
Yeah, so this traffic analysis was based on units, not on bedrooms? So you're basing it on...
units and...
He just said
yes,
units.
Units and bedrooms.
Okay, I just want to clarify because Dan only said units.
Yeah, Dan, if you're still on, can you clarify that you used units and bedrooms?
Well, it is just based on units, Patty, and the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual doesn't differentiate between, a single-family house with 6 bedrooms versus a single-family house with 2 bedrooms, and the same goes for multifamily units, which these are.
So it was based on 17 units versus 39 bedrooms, and the fact you're building a parking garage with 34 parking places with additional parking on Sage Road frontage. And I think that's a huge issue for me. Even though that's what, the manual says, there's a big difference in how you base it on 17 units. Then you should be building a parking garage for 17, not for 34. But that's that's of concern to me. And I need to clarify with maybe the county attorney on what Chris just said about 1041 issues. And it's, what exactly did he say? That the traffic, the interior roads were not part of our review as far as 1041?
Even though the character of the neighborhood through the lens of traffic is part of our additional criteria.
Yeah. So, I guess I'm confused. I thought the reason we were talking traffic and the interior use of the ABC was part of our 1041 review as far as the impact to the character of the existing neighborhood and wouldn't exacerbate any issues that currently exist.
So, John, go ahead.
The statute pertains to intersections of arterial highways. So the interior roads without further description for the ABC, for example, don't necessarily implicate an intersection with the highway. Like, for example, this intersection with Baltic, which is proximate to the proposed development, would be implicated.
Okay, because my concern is I can accept the findings for the flow, perhaps accept the findings for the flow at the intersection of Highway 82, but the problem is I'm concerned about your ability to get to the intersection of Highway 82 from the interior of the ABC with 39 bedrooms being proposed.
George?
Yeah, I guess I need some clarification from Patty's question from John Ely, because I thought earlier we were discussing the mitigation on the interior roads, and that was going to be, and that is part of the GR's traffic study now.
I think the scope of GR's study is broader than what would be implicated by this development. What the statute refers to is the intersection or the interchange with a arterial highway. So the interchange in this regard is the Baltic Avenue Highway 2 interchange. And
so,
I'm sorry.
So then, John, are you saying that we can't be looking at the interior roads in terms of mitigation?
Well, Baltic is an interior road, but it comprises the interchange with the highway. So I don't see any reason to not look at Baltic, for example. But
and same with Sageway and Frontage Road?
Yeah, Front Road or Front Street, whatever that thing is called, is all in that one interchange that is identifiable as such. But if you look deeper into the ABC, the interior roads run quite a ways away from the arterial highway. So they're, if they're impacted by the fact that there's traffic now from this proposed development stacking in the intersection, for example, I mean, you're still talking about this intersection. You're not talking about an interior road. So the further away, so to speak, you get from the interchange with the arterial road, the less of an implication for the 1041 review. The proximate nature of this development right on that interchange or intersection, you have Baltic and then Front Street all coming, and the highway all coming together in a signalized intersection. That's all implicated by the development. But,
okay, thank you.
So John, let me just further that. So the impact of the queuing being 45 seconds if you're the first car in line, but if you're the 10th, but the fact that queuing would be trying to get into the intersection from Baltic, you'd be queued up for a significant period of time now, let alone with, if everybody was going to work or coming home from work or probably going to work. So that would have a different number attached to it if we were looking at the proximity of those roads attached to the intersection of Baltic and Highway 82.
I guess. I mean, what I hear you saying, Patty, is you want to see what the effect is on the intersection of Baltic and Highway 82.
Right.
And to do so, you don't want to limit your analysis to only the Highway 82 component of the intersection. You want to look at the roads that comprise the intersection or the interchange.
Right, because that close proximity of that intersection of Baltic and frontage to how it's going to impact the intersection at Highway 82.
Right.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. So picking up where I left off, talking about the intersection, just to kind of jump back to heights, I think it's actually the next slide, please, Riley. The way we've been describing height throughout the application is being measured from the finished level of the plaza deck. That's consistent back to the January submission. And it hasn't changed. It's the way the project has been designed. And it's also consistent with the location and extent approval. It was very clear to the fire district board that, and especially in their consideration of lowering the project to 28 feet, they clearly understood that the measurement is from the plaza deck. You should know that the change from 32 down to 28 obviously has some impact on the interior spaces. And all of the interior spaces are sub 8 feet. I think we're 7'10" or 7'9" or something like that. And in some spaces in bathrooms, and for example, where you need HVAC stuff, it's even lower than that, sub 7 foot. But we have been consistent in the way that we have been presenting this, and it's consistent with our location and extent approval.
Chris, I'm sorry. Can you tell us how do we determine the plaza level? I'm still trying to figure out where the plaza level is. What is the actual elevation? How does that compare to the existing grade previous to all the dirt that was added? You know, I'm still having trouble visualizing this. Are we talking about a plaza surface that's elevated above what was there before, or is it below? And could it go farther down?
So several questions. As Leslie sort of indicated, it's a little tricky to figure out the existing grading out there. There's obviously been big spoil piles piled up. There's some drainage pits, so we're not using the piles or the pits. There's previous topography maps from when the fire district substation was developed, and then back also from the original development of the North 40 area, all of which use different datum. So it's a little bit of an art to try to kind of figure out where all that stuff fits together. But to get to your question, the plaza deck is on top of the garage. So the garage and getting into the garage, the ramp into the garage, are a determining factor. Early on in the design, prior to the application submission, the garage and the plaza deck were higher, and there was a decision to lower that really to the maximum ramping angles to be able to get into the garage. So, which had some additional costs related to excavation, as you can imagine. So that parking garage is as low as it can get, meaning that the resulting plaza deck is as low as it can get. Depending on where you're measuring from, not the piles and the dugout areas, it's that plaza deck is in some areas 12 inches or so above the, I guess what you would consider the pre-development grade, the natural grade before the substation and before the roads were put in. And in some areas, it looks to be 3 feet above that existing grade. There's sort of what looked like maybe a depression, but it's a little bit tough to figure out if that was a topo map that was done after roads were put in and maybe some of that dirt was salvaged out of there. So it's a little tricky to tell. I know that's kind of a long rambling question, but does that get to your question?
So it sounds like what I'm hearing is we're somewhere between 1 to 3 feet above the pre-development grade for the plaza deck.
That's the best we can. That's the best we can determine.
So
It's a little confusing going back through, as you can hear me say in the way I'm describing it. So we are a little bit fuzzy on it, but that's as close as we can get.
So I have a question.
Patty.
So if you're measuring from the plaza deck, but it's as low as it can go, I don't understand how you can change your measurement of your height because you can't build it to where the original height factor was. I mean, 1 to 3 feet difference from the pre-excavation activities there. It should be measured from the original grade, I thought, not, which would be 1 to 3 feet lower. So now we're measuring with 1 foot to 3 feet higher than we should be. It's still very confusing to me. What we're, like Greg said, what are we actually measuring from and why?
The location and extent approval measures from that finished plaza deck level. And the reason it measures from that is essentially the newly created topography of the site after the garage is installed. So the garage obviously is an important component of the overall development. To get into the garage, we have to have a ramp that you can drive a car in and out of, and then all the structure and so on. So it creates an elevation of the plaza deck, and then everything is built on top of that. And that's what you will also experience, right? So when someone says, how tall is the building, you'll go over and measure it, and you'll drop it down to the plaza deck. You're not going to try to put your measuring tape down into the ground somewhere. So in terms of mass and scale, or how tall is the building, or all of that is measured from the plaza deck. And that's the way the project has been designed. That's been the way it's been proposed and discussed throughout our application. And that's what the fire district understands. And certainly when the board decided to measure, to lower the building to 28 feet, that's an important component of their decision on that.
Okay, Leslie?
I just want to be really clear. Chris keeps saying location and extent approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission did not approve location and extent. The Fire District Board overruled the P&Z's decision because they can do that by state statute. Staff has been consistent all along. The WOMP requires the underlying height to be 28 feet, and staff has calculations that they use, they have plans that they use when they figure out the height of a building, and staff has felt that why should we differ on that for this project?
So I don't disagree with the 28-foot height. I'm just concerned about where we're measuring it from.
Yeah, no, the 28 feet is consistent. It's how we measure it.
From that created deck, not from, so you can create a platform to measure from rather than take the original existing grade.
I do want, I think our general counsel for the fire district wants to speak to this issue if you can. Carl, if you are on the line.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Carl Hanlon, Carpenter Hanlon, representing the fire district. I know a lot of you guys, and this is always a little strange because I'm looking at the drawing that's there. I think what's important is to understand that in the location and extent review process, you're right, Leslie is exactly right, that the way that process works, it allows the final decision-making authority to be the government entity that is under location and extent review. And so for purposes of, there's been a lot of discussion regarding my board's decision, a resolution to override, to lower the height from 32 to 28 feet. I think what's critical in that, and I reconfirmed this at our board meeting last night, was that when they were looking at a height of 32 feet, for purposes of their overriding the Planning Commission and approving this project to an extent statute and Pickens County rules, they lowered the height from 32 to 28 feet based on how they were measuring, which was off the plaza deck. And I just want to be really, really clear that that's the basis of that resolution overriding it. They could have overridden that decision and said, we'll build to 40 feet or whatever number they wanted to pick, but they were utilizing something that they could determine with some certainty, which was the plaza deck. And that's why they utilized that number. And like I said, we reconfirmed that last night at our board meeting, just so that I had clarity that I could convey that to you all today. Thank you.
So if I might toss in an idea here. I've been troubled by the fact that we're making the living quarters not quite as good as they were originally proposed, because you were being kind of forced to reduce the height from 32 to 28 feet. Well, it really hinges on where you start measuring the 28 or the 32 feet from. If you did a certain amount of grading on the property and you lowered the whole plaza level down 4 feet, the effect of doing a 32-foot thing would be the same as if you did a 28-foot one starting from 4 feet higher on the topography.
Sure,
So
you're
I
exactly
think that could be, that's something to me that would actually be negotiable in this, to try to make more livable units, but maybe lowering the whole thing a little bit farther down to the lower edge of the property might become the new plaza level.
That's exactly right, except for a couple of things that we can't control for. One is the level that the road is that we need to connect to with the ramp into the garage. And also where we connect to that to be able to square it up with that intersection. Those set elevations, what Chris was describing is that we have already depressed it as much as we possibly can and still connect at those elevations with a ramp out of the garage that is of an acceptable grade for a parking garage. So we've depressed that level as much as we possibly can for exactly that reason, that we were trying to make it as livable as possible while lowering the height as much as possible.
Okay, thank you, Carl.
Absolutely.
I do want to circle back to the notion that the 1041 review is a review of the impacts of this project on that intersection. And we have not heard, and I don't think there's anything in the code, certainly haven't heard from GR or from Dan Coakley, that there's any correlation between heights and our impact on the traffic function of that intersection. So largely this was to provide for clarity around where we're measuring from. We would like the approval to have clarity around that piece and not be, soul searching when we're in permit review. But we don't see height as having any determinant on the function of the intersection.
Steve, I don't know where that ever came into the conversation. Maybe I missed it, but I don't know if we were directing staff to look at the height of the building with the impacts to the intersection.
No, you weren't.
Did I miss that part?
I think it was pretty clear in the meeting that you listened to in our last discussion. Similar to any project, there's always questions about the height, and I'm sure you'll hear that from the neighborhood. You've had already, you may again, about, concerns about, their own personal views and et cetera. Not dissimilar to any project, but in terms of the review of this project, it's really focused on the impacts that we have on the function and level service of that intersection. I do want to move on to talking about the $100,000 mitigation request. Riley, if you can move on. So I I want to back up and talk about this as in our conversation of what the appropriate mitigation is for our impact. And I want to start by talking about the Weston Maroon Plan, the WAMP plan, and the standards that are, or so-called standards that are in this plan. Keep in mind that the master plan, as Joe Neely has described, is not a regulatory document. It's an advisory document. And like any good master plan, it lists off a whole range of things to do and study and explore and implement. But it itself is not a code. So it does speak to transportation issues. And this first policy I want to touch on is listed on there on the left, of facilitating a level of service on the highway. There are 4 tasks, implementation steps listed there under that policy. And then as you go to the right, you see who it is that they are assigned to in terms of the folks within the county that are charged with doing those things, and then the relative priority. So A in those tasks talks about facilitating a level of service to define a carrying capacity. As far as I know, that has not been done. You can see it was sort of a low priority, number 2 priority, but that's not a standard. That's a task to go out and define a level of service that folks are comfortable with. I'm going to skip to C, which is to coordinate all aspects of auto, air, transit, and trail, which sounds kind of amazing and sort of impossible. But it's described there as to who the appropriate parties are and that it's an ongoing task. And then D, task D, is to obtain better data on travel patterns and time of day and et cetera, which also sounds great, but it's not a standard. And it's a task that was assigned, as you can see there, with a priority. Task B talks about developing and implementing standards that require timing of new development to concur with any transportation improvements identified as necessary to maintain acceptable carrying capacity on 82. So it kind of hinges off of A there, where you first define what is your acceptable carrying capacity is, and then it assigns that task to then go off and develop standards that will be applied to new development. That hasn't been done. And so this isn't a standard. This is a task to go off and develop a standard and to codify it. But as far as I know, that's not been done. We actually agree with this in terms of a planning concept. Frankly, it says go off, do your homework, determine that carrying capacity, develop standards for new development. But we're being asked to require to comply with a to-do list here, and in a sense, be asked to comply with a anticipated standard. Next slide, please. This next one talks about ensuring development pay its own way, a proportionate share of transportation improvements, and the task is to create a special district, create a property tax to require property owners to pony up and pay for a new intersection. This, to our understanding, has not been done. There's not a special district. There's not been a taxing scheme to achieve those improvements. We can sort of understand why, because you would be, in a sense, sending a bill to each of the North 40 homeowners, sending a big bill to McBride, probably. And that's probably not a very popular notion. So in the list of things to do, I can see how it would fall to the bottom in terms of priorities. But this is an appropriate way to approach an issue that you are describing. You keep on talking about existing traffic problems with the Highway 82 interchange, and in your discussion about other elements within the ABC or within North 40 that you have some frustration with as a pedestrian or as a driver. And this task describes an appropriate way to ensure development pays its proportionate share, and it's an often used planning tool, especially when the improvements just have not kept pace with development. And it's a sort of a way to get the horse back into the barn, if you will, and it's a commonly used tool. But there's just a little bit of politics around it, and I can understand the hesitation for not doing that. But we're being asked to comply with this anticipated special district that just hasn't been invented, and we don't see that as a proportional way to proceed, and certainly not a fair way to proceed. Okay, next slide.
He's really starting to piss me off.
This talks about improving the efficiency and comfort, affordability, reliability, and quality, and to find a funding source for a circulator trolley thing. And we don't see that we're the way to find that funding source. And it's probably referring to a tax or bond, or is this something that gets rolled into RAFTA or the EOTC or something? But the test does not say, ask the next person that comes through the door to fund this trolley. We also don't see it as a proportion that's been identified. So there's no actual trolley plan, there's no capital plan, there's no operational plan, there's no budget, there's nothing in your approvals. RAFTA doesn't actually have a great awareness of what this thing is. But we're being asked to fund it. We don't think that's what go out and find funding means. Next slide, please. So this next one talks about pedestrian trail planning, which there's been vast improvements, frankly, out there in the last decade. They're not really project specific, and we don't really, we're supportive of the ongoing kind of recreational and commuter trail efforts, but we don't see that related to our project. Next slide, please. This next is a policy regarding setbacks and tasks for putting easements and so on into GIS. This is sort of an internal organizational goal. We're supportive of that. We don't have any quarrel with that as a policy. Next slide. This last is regarding implementing cohesive signage plan. And I frankly, I don't know if this has been done or not, but we support that signage efforts. We don't see that related to our project. Here's our read of those criteria and the items that are actually in state interest. With regard to the intersection, we don't see the project as posing any sort of danger, and I think that's supported in the staff analysis. The volume of traffic at the additional volume is minute. It's a proportional addition to the traffic and demonstrates no degradation in the level of service. You heard the tenth of a second comment from SGM. As a very sophisticated analysis that they have done in coordination with the county and with CDOT. But the performance of the intersection stays at a level C, and there's just no identified deficiencies there that SGM provided in their analysis or recommended in improvements. Staff has talked about the development's compatibility with existing developments and with the character of the neighborhood. We can go and talk about that plat comment here at the end of our comments. The project does preserve a desirable community pattern with respect to the intersection. This is where you want to locate affordable housing in the UGB, close proximity to transit, opportunity for firefighters to walk and bike to practically anything that they need, including to a regional airport. And this enhances efficient utilization of mass transit and promotes walking and biking to those destinations, and preserves the function of that Highway 82 intersection. Next slide, please. So we do have a sort of a beef, as you can imagine, with the $100,000 as being an appropriate mitigation. We just don't see any rational basis for this, or any kind of proportional share or proportional analysis that's been done to any kind of capital project. It's sort of a number that I think GR in his comments suggested is just maybe a starting point, just getting some money, but there's no plan, there's no design, there's no budget for anything, there's no funding sources, there's no operations, there's no time frame, and there's nothing that BOCC has reviewed or approved for improvements there. So there's just no capital project that we're a proportion of. And it doesn't seem to be there's any sharing of costs. So the WOMP goes on to talk about how the proportional cost sharing and improvement districts and code changes to implement this kind of fair, equitable collection of monies to implement these changes. But that's just not part of what the recommendation is. It just says you owe us $75,000. The number started at this $75,000 in April of this year, and because there wasn't any other analysis other than just this bullet point, I'm in a situation where I can't describe to the fire district board if this is a rational number. So, well, where does this come from? Do you agree with it? Do you agree with the analysis that works up to it? And I just don't know what to tell them. Next slide, please. This number then kind of boosted up to $100,000. And again, there's no mention of any kind of fair share or kind of rational basis or really kind of where this came from. And it just kind of feels like a number that's pulled out of thin air. But in this comment, it actually calls out that it would likely be in tune with a fair share of likely capital improvements. So it kind of emphasizes just in its own description of the 100,000 that there is no identified capital improvements. And it goes on to talk about that there's this notion that it could be several hundreds of thousands of dollars, but then our proportion is somehow 100,000 of that. So it's frustrating that there's nothing that's really backing up this number. Next slide, please. We're happy that the 1% came across, and this is the comment that was listed in GR's memorandum. The 1% in the traffic analysis is of the 12% in increased traffic due to the various planned projects. It's anticipated that a large capital improvement will be necessitated by these developments. If when completed, which includes a new lighted intersection, anticipated costs several hundreds of thousands of dollars. The impact fees associated with the project are therefore relatively proportionate. So essentially what this says is that the fire district should account for other anticipated projects, right? Actions of other parties. And that there's going to be a large capital project that may be several hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so therefore, the fire district's 1% proportion is $100,000. And we can't make sense of that. We don't agree with that math. And we aren't agreeing with that math. And frankly, you shouldn't agree with that math either. Next slide, please. Here's where we are with all this. Aside from everything I said, we understand that the county is anticipating a need to do something. And the something isn't figured out yet, and it could be anywhere from small tweaks to larger tweaks. And what we see as a fair outcome in the discussion of what is our appropriate mitigation for this project on what is in the state's interest. And so this is that proposal. Setting aside $50,000 in a reserve account for capital project to be undertaken for the benefit of that intersection. This is different than just writing a check to the county and not really having much understanding where that money goes, but it is $50,000 that is reserved for those purposes. It is a top set figure, but it gives you room, if we're a 1% share, it gives you room for a $5 million project, which is a substantial project. In addition, we will buy 5 e-bikes for use by the project, its residents and the district personnel. We will pay out of that $50,000 towards capital expenditures, and this is an important kind of concept within impact fees, that they are for the purpose of defraying capital expense. So we're not on board with spending our $50,000 on studies and so on, but so we want to allocate that to capital expenditures. We want to make sure that we are participating in a proportionate way, and this is very important to the district, meaning that we're not the only proportion. So if all affected parties are pointing up and there's an expectation that we participate, then we will participate if we are doing so in a proportionate way. We would ask that our monies be earmarked or focused on items that help safety and improve the emergency service delivery functions of that intersection. And that is important in that it's when we are out describing what it is that we're paying for to our own tax base, to our own constituents, we can say, well, we paid for the, and I think there's already one there, the Opticon that clears the intersection when the fire trucks are coming. But things that are directly related to our own mission are certainly easier for us to explain to our tax base. And lastly, we would want the commitment to be a time-bound commitment. So don't call us in 200 years and ask us for our $50,000. But we want to have some sort of time-bound commitment to that. We see that as a 12-month commitment. So that's our proposal for what we see as appropriate mitigation. Again, being sympathetic to the county's concerns that this interchange has is in need of some improvement. We don't know what that is yet, but we're anticipating some improvement, and so that's our proposal to mitigate that piece. Next slide, please.
George has.
We do have.
Chris, could I interrupt? George had a question here, I think.
No, I had a comment, but I'll wait till Chris is done.
Okay.
Okay, we're just about done. We do have, at the appropriate time, adjustments that we would like to talk about through the reso. You've heard me just talk about the transportation monies. There is just a comment on the affordable housing restriction, and I'll tell you what that is. We are financing this project through a certificates of participation scheme. Right, so we want to make sure that what we are doing in terms of our promises of this affordable housing being affordable, being rental, being rented at a rate that is commensurate with a category designation of the occupant according to the APTRA standards, be committed in a way that does not disrupt our financing strategy. And folks around here locally are not freaked out by affordable housing, deed restrictions or whatever. Folks from outside the area can just kind of go into full lockdown mode. So we want to make sure that whatever we do regarding that commitment is not disruptive to that strategy. There is a requirement for a third-party site property manager, and we just don't feel that has any relationship to the state's interest. It doesn't have any parameter on how that intersection functions. It's not requirement that we can find anywhere in the county code or in any other form of county approvals, and so it feels just very off base. And we want, as I mentioned, to be specific about the height representations and how those will be measured, so we don't get into a quarrel later on. Next slide, please. These are not expecting you to analyze these, but these are the two height graphics that we want to attach to the resolution that provides clarity on how they are to be measured. On the left is a height map that shows the elevation above the plaza level on a bunch of locations. There are 30, 40 locations or so. And then on the right is a section of the building that shows how high it is to be measured from and to, and then also shows the solar panel and mechanical apparatus. Last slide, please. So we feel this is a really good project, and it serves multiple important community objectives. Location and extent is behind us. I use the word approved, but it's behind us. Clearly complies with the issues of state interest in our mind. We feel really good about the project, and we hope that you do as well. Rick would like to make some comments. We do have two additional things that we can show you if you'd like to see them, Mr. Chairman. One is regarding the noise mapping of the noise that emanates from the airport, and then the second is the plat of the North 40 subdivision and the plat note that refers to floor area. We can show those at your discretion. Otherwise, I'd like to hand it over to Rick to make some comments.
I think George had a question, though.
What's that?
Did George not have a question?
Okay, yeah, George, is your question, do you want to hold it, or do you want to ask it now?
No, it's a comment. It's not really a
comment,
question.
yeah.
Based on the fire department's mitigation proposal, the only thing I agree with Chris is that we're not sure how that 100,000 number came up with because we don't have any capital projects or studies done, and I agree with that. The rest of it, I really don't agree with at all. And as I said early on, as GR completes his traffic study and starts to look at how to mitigate the different traffic concerns, then we should be able to come up with a needs budget, capital budget, and then present that to the fire department for their fair share. And the idea that it has to be limited to 12 months, you're not even going to be hardly out of the ground in 12 months. So we have no idea in terms of what the real impact of this application will be. So I can't agree with any of those proposals that Chris has presented to us at this point.
It may be good to hear from Rick, and we can wrap up our presentation, and then let us know, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to see those other two graphics that I mentioned.
Yeah, let's go ahead. So Rick, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for a very informative meeting. I don't go to these a lot except for board meetings, but first of all, I wanted to answer a question George had earlier about our firefighter response protocols. The answer to that question is our firefighters, our volunteers, carry their gear with them in their cars or in their trucks, and they respond to the closest station. So if they're working in town, George, they will come to...
That was actually my question, Rick, on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So that's how it works for our volunteers. They would go to the closest station. They wouldn't be driving from town back out to North 40 necessarily. So I think that's an important aspect of what you talked about before. But I just want to let you guys know, everybody know that we did do a lot of soul searching when we designed this project. We went through a lot of different iterations. If you look at what you have there now, the amount of open space and green space, we pushed this project as far back as we could. So I think we did try to take the neighbors' concerns in mind here. So and I think also important is just about every other emergency services have some sort of a housing for their firefighters. Aspen Police has one, hospital has one, school teachers also have housing. we desperately need, just like everybody else in this valley and up valley area, need housing. If we're going to maintain our primarily volunteer fire force, we've got to get housing for them, or we're going to continue to lose them down valley and other places out of the valley completely. So this is a huge component of keeping our mill levy that we have. What currently, even with the mill increase we had to build this project, it's still the lowest in the state. And if we're going to keep it that way, we need to keep volunteers primarily responding. And this is the only way that I can project that. So I think we're trying to be consistent with what we promised our voters back in 2018 as well. And the only other thing I want to mention throughout the whole Western Slope with about 15 different fire departments, I got an email last night during our board meeting asking if we could send a fire engine down to the. We had a truck on the road going to Grizzly Creek with firefighters. And same thing this morning. They called, hey, can you keep or can you send another vehicle down there? Again, within 2 hours, we had the vehicle back on the road. So it's not just a commitment to our fire district, but it's also a commitment to the valley. Because when we help other people and we can get these trucks out the door quickly, they're going to help us when we need it. This last Sunday, I drove all the perimeters of our fire district, and it's crazy dry out there. And we want when we need firefighters, when we need first responders, we need them now, not an hour, not 2 hours away. So this is going to really help us maintain the level of service that we want to continue down the road. Without it, there's no guarantee. So I just want you to understand that. And have any questions?
Thank you, Rick. Any questions for Rick? And Rick, I guess that answers my question about the firefighters' personal gear. If they do ride, this is tied to the transit, if they ride the bus into work, they're not going to be carrying their gear with them. In that case, I take that to mean that they're not going to be riding the transit when they're going to work or going on errands. They're going to be taking their pickup truck or whatever with their gear in it, most likely.
Actually, our firefighters have two sets of gear. Many times, in fact, a lot of cases, they actually leave the gear at one of the stations. So they could have it in their car, but they also leave it. We have lockers for all of the firefighters in the station. So we're very fortunate that we're able to respond from different locations.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like if they're working in Aspen, if they had a set of gear in Aspen and one at the North 40, that they could use either one depending on if they're at home or if they're at work in Aspen. They'd have gear there that they wouldn't have to lug around with them at all. It would be available at the fire stations.
Yeah, that's primarily how it works, and that's one reason that many of our firefighters have two sets of gear.
Okay. All right, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, great. Good to see you, Rick. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping our backs while we watch everything dry out and the fires on the horizon. They're not distant enough for me, but I appreciate that your guys are participating in fighting that fire, and I'm sure they'll be called on again, and just like we'll be getting help from others if we ever get one over here. The thing that I'm just wondering about is that, the cost of this project, we figured out how to shoehorn these units in here. We're looking at $1 million per unit. That's pretty steep. I'm just wondering, how does your constituency respond if, it seems to me that there may be opportunities to find lower cost housing within shooting range of this area and others in the ABC and in Aspen Village and other possible locations. And I'm just wondering, as the fire district, you've got a pretty impressive presentation and a pretty far advanced design and a very aggressive proponent in Chris Bendon. But the big question I have is, what will your constituents say when they realize you're spending $1 million a unit on these things, when perhaps you could buy more for less a few miles down the road or maybe a few hundred yards, either in town or ABC or elsewhere? It's like, where is this going? And it just is this the most responsible use of public funds? These are public funds we're talking about. I'm concerned about the cost of this place. I guess maybe it's doable with relocations and extent. It seems that Chris is implying that what we think really doesn't matter. But what I'm wondering is, what does the public think about the cost of this thing? Have you had any feedback from them?
We've had quite a bit of feedback, Greg, over the last couple of years or year or so. We did a lot of looking in that. There was some discussion about maybe buying some free market units in town and making them employee housing. That didn't really work out. We felt as though where we're building this project is, we have the land there that we already own, building on land we already own, and consolidating it by a fire station was the best way to go. If you look at price per square foot, there was some study done back in 18. I actually pulled it up today. There was some stuff that had been built back in that time, and yeah, they were lower cost units, but they were much smaller. We tried to make these units as livable as we can. They're nice units that people are going to want to live in a long time, not just shoe boxes. So we think we did do a lot of research on it, and we feel that the price per square foot and what we're getting for that money is very, very much okay.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question I had was just regarding that it is a rental property, and I think there was some stipulation or a suggestion that there be a manager on site. Who's going to manage this? If this is rental, it kind of implies a certain amount of transience. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know how transient your population of firefighters is. Hopefully it won't be. But who's going to look after the place? Who takes care of the rental units?
Well, yeah, that's a good question, Greg. We're hoping this is not transient housing. There's going to be criteria for our firefighters, our first responders, to be members of good standing or a fire station to even live in these units. So it won't be something that will be people in and out every year. In fact, our hope and prayer is that we have people there for a long time that will become part of the community, become part of the fabric of the community for the long term. I'm sure there's going to be units that will be for younger firefighters. We see this as, we got a lot of new people coming on right now that are really desperate of housing. They may come in single, maybe start in a studio or one of the one bedrooms, and as they grow their families and grow their households, they can move up and down the spectrum of what housing they really need, up to and including when they get older, like some of us, that we no longer need 3 bedrooms. So I think we've done a lot of research on that. In fact, we did do some discussions and looked at some surveys that APSHA also did. And we started this project with lots of 1-bedroom units, but what we found out was there really was a big need in our own fire district as well, needing a little bit larger units so we can house families.
Thank you for that. If I could, just regarding affordable housing restrictions, there was, I don't know, I didn't catch the whole thing when Chris mentioned it, but you want to relax affordable housing restrictions here, and in what way?
No, I don't think we want to relax them. What we're committed to is that this is affordable housing for district firefighters, both paid staff and volunteer staff and employees of the district. It'll be rental. The rental rates are to be set according to the occupant's income status, right? So you can picture volunteer firefighters kind of across the spectrum. So the rental rate will use the APSHA rates according to that category. So, and APSHA is fine with helping us categorize people when we're trying to figure out what rate should apply to them. I didn't mention, but I mentioned before, last time we met, there's a cascade. So to the extent that we can't fill them up with fire district folks, then the cascade goes to other emergency response people in the upper valleys, sheriff, police, ambulance, mountain rescue. And to the extent that it's still not filled up, it would have to cascade to general population. So those units will be filled, and all with that same approach, right? Rental rate of reflects your income as the occupant. And we have a deed restriction that we've done in the past with APSHA that has worked on other projects. Because this is a project that is financed with certificates of participation, it's a new animal for the district. We just want to make sure that the way we set up that obligation is in a form that does not disrupt our financing strategy. So it's really a form over substance. We don't have any issue. We don't have any quarrel with the substance of our obligation. We just want to make sure that it's done in a form that doesn't make our finance people get skittish. Does that help?
So Steve?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Patty?
If I could real quick on that too, everybody. We've got lots of our firefighters, new volunteers, some probies that we need this housing very quickly. I don't think we're having any trouble filling it up. And in fact, we may need more in the future to maintain our workforce there.
Okay, Patty?
So I need to go back to what Chris said about the cascading down to different first responders. I know you're going to tell me I have no authority to bring this up, but I'm bringing it up as to the ballot question. You could get yourself into a situation because your ballot question language specifies providing firefighter housing. It doesn't say anything about district employees. It says firefighters, and I think that could become a problem for the fire district if they choose to expand the voter language without going back to the voters. I am one of the voters in the fire district, and if you look at ballot language when you vote, you look at ballot language when you vote, and I've known from history and being involved with the county government, you don't stray from the voter language as specific as it is. So I think that's of concern to me. I understand the need for financial reasons to keep these units full, but it's supposed to be for firefighter housing, and that's per your ballot language. So I just want to bring that up publicly and let the voters know that if you defer from that, then you really need to go back to your voters to expand it.
Yeah, I think I'd probably respond as you expect me to respond, as you kind of forecasted there, that the fire district board is its own separate board with its own general counsel that advises on these matters. For the purposes of this 1041 review, that the board is not looking for the board and county commissioners to be second-guessing their own efforts and their own prerogative of how they spend monies and operate the district operations. So as you all do as BOCC members, folks will come to you and have a quarrel with how it is you're spending money, that you're making poor decisions, or all the stuff that you hear in the grocery store, I'm sure endlessly. That's just part of being an elected official. But the board is not looking, the fire district board is not looking for the BOCC to, opine on those matters. Really only looking for, a review and decision on the 1041 matters.
Well, thank you, Chris, for putting me in my place, but I was speaking as a taxpayer within the fire district.
And I'll chime in as a BOCC member that in what I understand our earlier resolution, I had requested a correction in the reference to the resolution where we say the project aligns with the ballot language, and I don't remember if that's been updated from first reading to now. So I'll just put that out there again.
Okay.
I think Leslie did include the ballot language in the most recent
right here.
memo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you want that as a finding.
If I could, real quick,
I just don't remember.
Patty and everybody else, I did have a discussion with our fire district attorney about this. Unfortunately, he had to jump off for something else. He'll be back on shortly. But he felt very clearly that we are certainly within our bounds in terms of ballot language. It also says including, among other things, it's providing firefighter housing. So I don't think we're not trying to get around any kind of ballot language whatsoever. I believe that we are strictly within our boundaries of what the ballot language is.
Okay, Chris, you had, let's see, George has his hand up. George?
Yeah, Steve, I was just going to note that it's 5:30 now. If we want to have public comments, we may want to do that. I'm really at a point where I'm going to suggest that we continue this until we have the completed GR's traffic studies and have a better idea in terms of what the mitigation strategy is going to be for the fire district. I can't make a decision without that information.
And George,
Okay.
I want to add to that, George. I think we also need time to discuss the transportation proposal and the reso adjustments that we just saw for the first time tonight. We haven't had a chance to discuss that with our legal counsel and as a board. We, it just got presented to us, and I need to have more time to think about those proposals and adjustments that were just thrown at us tonight, because I think it makes a big difference in the outcome of this application.
Also, Picken County Land Use Code does have a methodology for calculating the road impact fee, which we just changed. There is an earlier version which I think would apply to the fire district, but we actually have for development, there is a formula for calculating how much that development would pay. They pay that much money, it goes into a road impact fee fund of some type to use for future road capital improvements. And I think that if we could use that formula or the earlier version, I don't think we can use the one that we just approved today, which is going forward from now, but I think that's probably how GR came up with approximately $100,000 figure. GR, could you address that?
No.
Sorry. There was two numbers that have been floated out, and in my earlier emails with Leslie, I was discussing more of a impact, like a fee extraction towards, certain capital programs. But in my last memo that I submitted, I did discuss the impact fees. The impact fee is issued or is requested when the permit is pulled, and so it'll be whatever impact fee is in place when when the building permit is submitted. And so I believe after 30 days or so, the impact fee will be updated. The calculations that I put forward in that $90,000 to $100,000 number was based on the impact fees. They don't change too much for this type of application. With the new, in fact, it might have actually gone down slightly because some of the lower sized units would have, slightly smaller impact fees associated with it, whereas the larger units had a larger impact fee associated with it. That's what we typically see. And so anyhow, Steve, your assumption's right. Some of the memo that Chris referred to that I have submitted did use the calculations straight from the impact fee.
Okay, so then my point being that we don't have to have a project identified when we collect that road impact fee. We know that in this case, there are going to be some capital improvements to intersections and whatnot. We don't know exactly what they are yet. We don't know exactly what they will cost, but that is a formula that we use for any development. They're really paying their share of the fee. City of Aspen on the lumberyard project would pay the same sort of thing. So I think that we should go by that formula, and that to me would be fair and equitable. So George, I like your suggestion. I mean, I agree with you that we're not going to be able to decide this today. We still have more information that we need. We need to digest all the information we've gotten today, and we still do have public comments, which we have quite a few people who were on the list wanting to probably make comments. We still have 16 people who are on on the call who, I think all of them potentially want to make comments about this. So if it's all right with the board at this time, I'll move to public comment. It is almost 5:45 right now.
Just let people know if we continue, they'll have another opportunity also.
Absolutely, Patty. You will, if we continue this, that also continues the public hearing, so people don't have to speak tonight at the public hearing. You can speak at a future, whatever date we continue this to, you'd have another opportunity. So just keep that in mind. If you don't have to speak tonight, if you have information that would really be pertinent for our thinking about it and discussions or new ideas and things, please feel free to speak about them tonight. Please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you have much lengthier comments, it would be better if you can write them down and mail them to us so we get your full information. If you do have lengthier comments, it might be better to just do a summary of the comments tonight and then send us the written thing to expand on your presentation. So I think we'll go with the hands being raised. So first of all, let's go to John Ward, President of the Board from the Fire District.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I am the president of the board of the fire district, president of the APSHA board as well, and North 40 residents. As a board, we were very thoughtful in our plan and our design for the housing project. We look at this as a one-time shot to build great housing. Some residents of North 40 have suggested the lot owned by John McBride across the park as an alternative to a parking garage. And the parking garage is something, Patty brought it up, 34 vehicles, right, or 34 spaces. That may or may not include 34 vehicles, but we all know we have stuff. I have a garage full of crap. I have 2 kids that have cars, or have a car and a bike and skis and whatever else stuff. So part of that garage is to store people's stuff. I think the city did a great job in Burlingame building housing and building parking and giving residents a place to put their junk. I think this is a really important project for the fire district and for our constituents. I get it on the cost per unit of $1 million, but I also know what the subsidy is on several on the units in Burlingame. The subsidy in the unit, I don't know. You guys just bought a trailer park down in Basalt for $6 million, or down Valley for $6 million or some number. That's what housing costs, and this is something we are going to hold on to as a district and be an asset to the fire district for 30, 40 years, probably longer. As I said, this is an important project, important for the future of the fire district, and I think for our entire constituency. So that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's go to whoever is North 40 HOA has your hand up.
Oh.
Throw them as a panelist and take them back.
Was it Lisa?
I'm not sure.
Hello. Hi. Hello, County Commissioners. My name is Michael Wessler. I am the president of the North 40 Homeowner Association, in addition to my position as an 8th grade math teacher at Aspen Middle School. First, please know that all North 40 homeowners support affordable housing for our emergency service workers. As recipients of affordable housing ourselves, we must work within our own guidelines and the standards and the codes, and we simply ask the same of our affordable housing neighbors. With quite a few housing development projects in the ADC in the near future, we will continue to look to this governing body to keep the ABC on a successful path to stability. I have two quick comments today as they relate to the updated FAR calculations that were submitted by P&Z in their staff memo. Just to note, this is the third set of FAR numbers the North 40 has seen. We got the one set by Chris through the architecture, and now we've had two sets by P&Z, so we're just playing with a lot here. And I'm probably going to just add another one myself. Why not, right? So as it relates to the North 40 common area, this is also known as a North 40 Park, and it's also known as the North 40 soccer fields. So staff state that the original North 40 plat defines use of the North 40 Park to the fire department and McBride's open lot, but it doesn't apply it to the North 40 homes. And I've reviewed the plat and I've reviewed those subsequent park notes, but a crucial item that I think you need to consider is the assessor's report. This is a parcel that does have a property record. It states that the North 40 HOA is the owner of the park. This piece of land does not pay any taxes, and it doesn't pay any taxes because it's part of the HOA. So we manage the park as we have for 20 years, and the homeowners are the ones that pay the bills for this park. Now, I believe that Leslie talked to John, and John mentioned that ownership doesn't imply use. But in this case, retrospect doesn't really match the original idea that the plat was intended to do. When staff in the memo decided to divide the lot, the 884,000 square foot lot in half for the fire department, the open lot, that non-use claim for the North 40 homeowners is staggering to me. Why should we own and maintain it if we're not legally allowed to use it? It's the opinion of North 40 homeowners that ownership must provide use privileges in this case, and we deserve a cut of this FAR. And because we're the largest piece of it, we are we're the primary users of the park. So another item I would like to comment on is the subgrade FAR calculation. Staff stated in the memo, and Leslie mentioned that the below ground FAR is not counted or it's free for the North 40 homes. This is actually partially incorrect. So North 40 homes are allowed 800 square feet below ground. Anything above 800 square feet gets taken from the above ground allowance. So if we want consistency here, North 40 homes are permitted 36% of their above grade FAR value for a below grade. If the fire department garage is 20,000 square feet, then 7,200 feet would be free, and that would be at 36%. The remaining 12,800 would be their overage that would account towards their above ground. So here's my FAR calculation shot.
Michael, you'll have to wrap it up now. You're past your 3-minute time, and keep in mind you can write all this down and mail it to us also.
Yeah, Leslie,
I think that would be helpful.
I don't have your email addresses, but I will find a way to look them up. But to wrap this up, my FAR calc, if I consider both of those items, I have the fire department trying to build 54,000 out of about a 92,000 lot, which is an FAR of 0.6. So I wanted to focus on those two items. Thanks, commissioners, for your time as you consider the next step of this.
All right, thank you, Michael, for your comments. Appreciate them. Okay, next, Lisa Hancock.
Where'd she go?
Hello?
Hi,
Hello,
Lisa.
Lisa, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll be quick as well. Just listening to this whole meeting, I've written down some notes that I wanted to just address. First thing being, I've been looking, the applicant has been using a rendering that I believe is inaccurate. I was trying to compare it to the site plan, and I actually, during the meeting, went out and looked at the story poles, and they do not seem to match up. I'd really like the applicant to submit a good faith rendering and not a speculation rendering. The other thing I wanted to address, as different people were talking, John Ward mentioned that he's president of APSHA, so he knows what the numbers are for employee housing. He knows what's acceptable. I think Burlingame is someplace between 700,000 and 800,000 per unit. whereas this is coming in at least $1 million, if not more than $1 million, by the time they have their cost overruns. So that to me is as a voter, that's a big issue. This is a boondoggle project. The other thing is Chris Benden was mentioning that there's talk of a special district to fund the improved intersections, and that there would be, quote unquote, a bill sent to North 40 residents. That's a lovely little threat. But what wasn't mentioned is when we built our houses, we paid impact fees. We paid a transportation impact fee. We paid a school impact fee. We paid our tap fees. We paid all those things. And so my question is, why, if they have a $17 to $20 million project, what is the big deal about a $100,000 transportation fee? I mean, that shows that they're not being neighborly. They're not concerned about the surrounding community or this intersection. They just, I don't know where they come from with this. They're asking for a huge project on a tiny bit of land, and they don't want to participate in the community process. And that's really upsetting to me. So I just want to know, are they going to pay school impact fees? Because we did. I remember that distinctly. And then the last thing is, just trying to look at all my notes. Just a quick thing about the ceiling heights in their project in the garage ramp. They're maxing them out, and that affects the livability of these units. They keep talking about how great their design is, yet they've caused these problems that could all be mitigated if they would just reduce the density of this project, just by even a little bit. It would help their project be more livable. It would help the neighbors have less impact. It would impact the traffic less. They're just unwilling to even discuss this, which is, again, frustrating. So I think that's all I have that really pertains to this conversation and moving forward. But just double checking real quick. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Lisa.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisa. Appreciate your comments. Chris Tyler next.
Yeah, hi, Chris Tyler. I live at the North 40. I won't talk about how non-neighborly they've been. I won't talk about that stuff I did before. I will talk about that I did talk to a couple board members, and they had mentioned that there were 9 new people that have come aboard. I said, how many of those need housing? Said about half. So again, you're looking at maybe 4 or 5 units. Why 17? And I think all this is blown up because you want so many units. If it had only been 8 to 10 units, I don't think it would have been a problem. If it had only been 8 to 10 units without an underground parking garage, I don't think it would have been a problem. But you want to build some huge fraternity frat house across the street, and their logic is somebody's going to live in there in a 1-bedroom, move into a 2-bedroom, have a family, move into a 3-bedroom, and live there for 20 years. That is not a logical argument for me, because who in their right mind is going to spend 20 years living in a rental unit, not building any equity? Don't understand it. Not logical. Also, I'd like to just bring up one point as far as the parking garage. And you were talking about line of sight. Just the other day, I see people driving, on Front Way, because I live right here. There was obviously a call at the fire station. I saw a volunteer driving at a high rate of speed down the road to get to the fire station, which I can understand. It's an emergency. But if somebody was coming up out of that parking garage, they wouldn't have seen that person. And there could have been, there could be a huge accident there, because somebody's in a high rate of speed to get to the fire station, and while somebody's pulling out of that parking garage. So again, not a good idea. If they had taken out the parking garage and built 10 units, I don't think we'd be in this situation right now. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all the work you guys do, and I'm out.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. I don't see any more hands up. Does anyone else want to raise your hand on the function? Okay, Arnold, we'll take your call next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thanks. I'll be quick here. My name is Arnold. I'm one of the new firefighters at Aspen Fire. And I just want to chime in to support this project. I've been in the fire service for quite a while. I know how important it is to have responders living within the district for fast response, especially the bigger incidents, structure fires, wildland fires. And when you have people needing to live outside the district and respond, over a long period of time, it makes it very difficult to, mitigate situations. So thank you for your time, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you very much, Arnold. We appreciate your comments. Let's see. Anyone else want to raise your hand here? Okay, Parker.
Yeah, I wanted to address a few comments. I'm also with Aspen Fire, so I do have a dog in this fight, so to speak. Having grown up here, having lived in employee housing, I think you have the I grew up with.
Parker, we're losing you on. We're getting bad. We're getting bad audio on you right now. Andrew, is there something he could do that you think he could do to improve his audio?
It's really hard to tell.
I think we're getting bluegrass music tucked in there.
Try it again, Parker.
Why don't you start again, Parker?
Hear me at all there now? Or am I still broken up?
That's good.
I think that's better.
I was going to say, as I started, I am with Aspen Fire, so I do have some interest in this project directly. But also having been lucky enough to grow up here, being in employee housing myself, having friends in employee housing, I know a number of people who haven't had the luck, so to speak, of being able to purchase an employee housing unit, who still 20 years in have to rent a unit in the APSHA system. And with that, some of them have been lucky enough to be able to grow from 1 unit to a 2-bedroom, and if they have more children, grow to a 3-bedroom, even in some small cases. But often I have a lot of friends who are stuck in a 1-bedroom, sharing it with the child, or stuck in a 1-bedroom sharing with 2 children, or a studio even. So I think it's important to keep in mind that in this, where we live, not everybody has the luxury of purchasing a home. Even if there is an employee housing stock of homes for purchase, it's not always open, and it's really hard to win that opportunity or be lucky enough to have that opportunity. So I think it's important to keep in mind that rental housing like this is important to have in the housing stock, because maybe one day they will be lucky enough to actually purchase that home they live in, but there's no guarantees, not here. And that's it. I just wanted to address that one comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Parker, and thanks for your service as a firefighter here. We appreciate it.
Fire marshal.
Going next to Holmes 650.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Sean Jones, and I'm also an Aspen firefighter. I just was hired with a new career hiring. I have a family, a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old boy, and we are currently living down valley in some employee housing through a different fire department, and I would love the opportunity. And my comment related to this is, watching this summer go by, we can see the cost of living go up daily almost in our community here. And we are going to need to think out of the box to keep firefighter type positions, blue collar workers in this community. We're going to have to get creative. And I think this employee housing would be a powerful tool for the Aspen Fire Department to use as a lever to not only get firefighters, but attract high quality firefighters, the kind of people that are going to be exceptional at their job and take pride in this community. And I think that is something we should consider. So thank you for your time. Have a great night.
All right, thank you, Sean. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Karen Devlin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm Karen Devlin. I live across the street from the project, and I want firefighter housing. My family moved here in the 50s. My dad graduated from Aspen High in 1958. My uncle was a firefighter for 30 years. This is a bad project. You know, the taxpayers voted to provide firefighter housing. They did not vote for a field of dreams. They're building 17 units at $1 million apiece when they say there's 4 people that can use them. I mean, this just does not make sense. What I've heard through all these meetings is recruit and retain. So let's buy some of these available units around the county and try and recruit. See if they come, you know? And then let's retain by building some nice houses for firefighters in the North 40 and have them buy and have them stay. I mean, you don't retain people by, you know, maintaining a rental unit. And I would just love to have firefighters be able to buy houses in the North 40. It just makes more sense. And financially, I just feel like we're going down a road that's irresponsible to what the taxpayers voted on. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate your comments. We have some more people who anyone can raise your hand. Okay, Dennis Murray, you're next.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I am I'm a member of the Fire District Board. I'm in my second term. I was on the Housing Committee to help manipulate this design to where we are today. My personal goals as a board member was to provide housing for volunteers within our district that could respond when a 911 call goes, for a myriad of accidents, a car accident, a swiftwater rescue, a fire, a carbon monoxide call, you name it. We need people in our district close by that can respond. We listened as a committee. We did a charrette with 5 different architects. We looked at what we thought was the best project. We listened to the North 40 Homeowners Association. Parking was a key thing. So we, at great expense, wanted to not underpark this project. I've seen it. I've been on other co-ops in the city for Burlingame and whatnot. We don't have a lot of room, so we went underground with our parking and storage. It's not cheap. It's very expensive. We then listened to John McBride, who Keith Valentine. I met with him a couple of times, and he obviously had some pressure from the HOA across the street, and we reacted to that and eliminated a building that was front way, and made more open space. We understand explicitly, even though we may get the benefit of the area of the park, that they do not wish us to use it, so we made a little green space in front of our the plaza. We were bound to move the entrance to the parking garage to make a 4-way stop with Totterdown. All of those things kind of trapped us into the elevation we're at. Then we listened to P&Z, and they were verklempt about our 30.5 feet tall building, which had 9-foot plate-to-plate living areas. We reacted to that and eliminated to an 8-foot plate, but still doesn't accommodate the HVAC, to try and kneel to the views of the adjacent property owners. 17 units probably isn't enough to sustain a fire district that has a 139-year tradition of fighting fires. We have had 1 mill levy increase in our 65-year history. We took that money. We are very cognizant of how we're spending it and whether it's wise or not. We feel that people spouting numbers now, we have not even put this project to bid. So there is no number on the table that we really have. So to say that it's $1 million a unit is easy to say, but it might be less and it might be more. We don't know because we haven't got an approval and we need a 1041. I think we've addressed it at P&Z. We've been very cognizant of all of this as a board ourselves. I thought from our direction that today would be a decision from you guys on the three components of the 1041. And I think we make a fairly solid case that we have relatively low impacts on everything. We're going to be ultimate neighbors. We're going to be members in good standing of a fire district. We're going to be there morning, noon, and night when people are in need. Those are the people that are going to be living in this subdivision or development. I just want to say that we owned a piece of property, we bought the piece of property, the approval for the piece of property had this intended from the very beginning, and we've been very aware of where we are with this development. And,
Okay.
you know,
Dennis, can you wrap it up now? I gave you extra time because you are a board member and I wanted to hear what you had to say. If you do have more
I
stuff,
recommend Google.
could you, okay, and you could write stuff down and send it to us also? We appreciate your
Will do.
comments.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And I'd like you to make a little more urgency to your decision-making. I'm not sure how much more information you're going to get. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the phone number ending in 3869.
Yes, hello, this is Jamie Knowlton. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jamie, we can.
Oh, that's a wonderful thing. I've always had trouble. So I got through. So first thing I'd like to comment on is I really appreciate John Ely's comment that he believes this is a shared review between county commissioners and the fire district, because it's very disheartening to think that a special district can come in and unilaterally dictate what they can build on a community that has been there and have elected officials who are supposed to help judge what is appropriate. So we appreciate your help in this matter. Number two is I take objection to the density of the FAR is not important. I know that under the state statute, the special district maybe not have to follow FAR, but density does relate to traffic. Traffic is part of the 1041 review, and less density means less traffic, and more density means more traffic. And that bears, I think, directly on, and I love number 4 element in the code, a desirable community pattern. Right now, the fire district is proposing is twice the traffic generated by any other development or house in the community because they're twice the density. That brings me up to the density. And I have 3 points here. One is the fire district waived any right to any FAR from the soccer field as spelled out in the plat in the SIA, and my hat is off to Leslie for finding this. But the fire district waived any right when they bought the property. That is clearly on the plat, and they wanted to build extra FAR, extra buildings based on that FAR. They could have agreed with John, and John did not agree to that, and the fire district didn't agree to use that for additional FAR other than what they agreed, which is the normal 3.6 FAR. That's number one. Number two, they further waived any right to FAR when they rezoned it to PU. The language in the plat says the bump in FAR is specific to AH accessory commercial, and that applies to lot 1. And to Patty's point about how the fire district can acquire any bump in FAR from the soccer field, John McBride, since he has owned it under his LLC, has paid the taxes on Lot 1 and the soccer field. So they've always had, he's always owned it, he's always paid for the taxes, and to transfer it to a separate lot, to a Lot 1 that is no longer part of the community, is a transfer of a privilege of one lot to another, which I believe everybody will agree is not allowed.
Okay, Jamie, you're up to your 3 minutes. I know you have one more point. Can you make it in half a minute?
You know, I'd like to do that, but these were all points, Chair. As a lawyer for the ABC and John McBride, I'd like to make these ones. I will cut out my last one about the intersection.
Okay.
But the splitting of the soccer field by Leslie 50-50 is a devaluation of John's property rights in that property. The Lot 1 is 3 times bigger than Lot 2, and the appropriate way, if you were going to do it that way, would be to do it proportionately. And I have to just say one thing. 20 years ago, in the North 40, we were before the county commissioners, we had to pay a $200,000 impact fee for transportation because Bud Eiler, the engineer at the time, thought that the impacts of the North 40 would require moving the intersection. And if you look at the original plat, they had actually the intersection moving from Frontway, not Baltic. So I think it's very interesting that that the impact fee, I think, is fair. And when you think that they're going to spend millions of dollars moving 2,000, I don't know how many pounds of dirt out of that to make room for their 34 cars in the 2,000 square foot garage. And you brought this up earlier on the road impact fee, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
The number of dump trucks.
Thank you, Jamie. We get your point. And could you write and send to us your points, because it's important. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Sir,
thank you.
Apologize.
Andrew, sorry.
Okay, we got some more names who are listening. Does anyone else want to do public comment at this time? You could raise your hand. We could go down through the list if you're having trouble finding the hand raise thing. So A. Cohen, do you want to talk?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I came into the meeting kind of late, so I haven't heard a lot of the commentary from my neighbors. So my name is Adam Cohen. I'm a volunteer firefighter and a North 40 resident. So I came in rather late due to some work restrictions and things I was doing. So I haven't heard a lot of the comments, but I have heard the last few, and I've been part of this whole project rather from the beginning. Dennis made a lot of very good points with everything that we have taken consideration. I've also spoken with some of my neighbors, and some feedback was given to me from my neighbors during an HOA meeting. I brought that to Chief, just so that everybody's aware of that. That's something that I did do as I said I would. This project it's bigger than the fire department right now. This is going to be something for the fire department of the future as well. I'm definitely, without a doubt, for this. It is something that is needed to help support, recruit, and retain our current volunteers and our current and future career captains, possibly a new chief someday, and so forth. It is very difficult to find housing here in Aspen, as everybody is aware. The expense is very, very high, as again everybody is aware of. I'm very fortunate to be able to live in the North 40 where I do live, and I'm very grateful for that. I don't know how we're going to keep recruiting people to stay here to be part of this community without that affordable housing. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate them. Let's go to Anthony.
Antonio.
No, there's an Anthony L.
Oh.
Maybe he's hung up. Antonio? Antonio, do you wish to make public comment?
He's muted.
Antonio, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear anything. Let's try D. Stone Davis.
He's muted too.
Dave. Dave, are you there? And let's try Michael Hammond, the last one on the list. You have your hand raised. Michael, you can have the floor now.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to the presentation. I missed some of it, but I have been involved in the design and the planning and the changes we've made to make this a better community feature for the neighborhood.
Michael, I think we maybe lost you. I think you got disconnected somehow. Try calling back in if you wish. Okay, those of you, some of you maybe couldn't connect with us this time. You could still send us your comments. We are going to be continuing this to a future meeting, and if you didn't get an opportunity to speak tonight, you can get in the next meeting and make comments then.
Do you want to give them the email address?
Hmm?
Do you want to give them the email address to reach out to?
Email address, you could send comments to charlotte.anderson@pickenscounty.com. Charlotte will then get that to all of the commissioners and to
No, we should
Leslie.
send them to Leslie.
Or you could send it to, what?
If they send them to me, I can package them all together, it'll be in your packet.
Okay, you could also send them to leslie.lamont@pickenscounty.com. Leslie is with an L-I-E on the end, not an L-E-Y. Also, just for the record, we did receive a letter, and I realized during the meeting it was addressed to the commissioners and not to you. I forwarded it from
Thank you.
John McBride.
Yeah, I got that.
You got that?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
that could be entered in the
Yep.
record also.
We also got Michael handy back.
He's back.
So Michael, you are back now. Do you want to continue or start over your comments?
I'll just continue.
Okay.
Longtime fireman, longtime resident. I work in construction. I enjoy the community. I love Aspen. The changes that are happening in Aspen are accelerating. The job that you guys have as commissioners is daunting to mitigate and control what's happening. But I think it's also to see what is happening and accept it in many respects. As I said, this project I've been involved with. I think it's quality. I think it's needed. We can pay for it. We're not asking for much. It's unfortunate that some of the neighbors object to this, but I think once complete, it's a huge benefit. I think it's attractive. I think it fits, especially with where the rest of the entire ABC may be going in the future. So I suggest supporting it and looking at the bright side. It's a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Glad that you were able to get back on a connection with us. Okay, I don't think I think we're going to end the public hearing for tonight. Let's bring it back to the board for specifics on the continuation. George.
I'm just curious if GR is still around. I wonder when your study will be finished, GR, to get some of that information with some idea in terms of projects that may be needed.
Can't hear you, GR.
GR, unmute.
Oh, sorry. Hi. We're expecting to see our first draft of that study that we're undergoing right now at the end of this month, so at the end of August. What's typical with a study of this nature is that we take a look at the drafts, we start talking about some of the assumptions and some of the parameters that are put around it, since it's fairly complex. That usually takes a few weeks of back and forth. We'll have a draft end of August, probably ready to discuss in September.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we've got a regular meeting on September 9th, and then the following regular meeting would be September 27th.
No, 23rd.
23rd, is it, Patty?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. 23rd. So maybe we should shoot for the 23rd. GR should have all that, hopefully the information we're looking for by then.
Yeah, I want to add to it too. I agree with that, George. I think we need to really fine tune what Leslie was saying as far as the elevation. I'm going back to that again, the height. Is it going to be by how the county measures height, or has the fire district? And do we have any control over that? That's a question, some information I would like. The story poles, with the changes in elevation, the changes in design, I've gone out there, I've taken pictures of the story poles. I need to make sure that they are where this current design and heights show, because I think that's the only way that the neighbors and the board can actually see what we're trying to approve. So I think that's another point of interest. And I think for the Board of Commissioners, I think we need to have time to discuss and evaluate or look at the transportation proposal and the reso adjustments that were just presented to us today. We might have more questions about that, I don't know. And I agree with the 23rd of September.
So I make a motion to continue to September 23rd.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a request?
Just a moment, Chris.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second on the motion, so go ahead, Chris.
I'd like to understand you want to continue. Just express that there's some, I think, feeling within the district concern about increasing costs and so on with this review. That being said, we understand we need to continue. I think in the interim, we would like the BOCC to direct staff to work with us, both the attorney's office and ComDev, to fine-tune the resolution so that we can come back and focus on the wording of the resolution. Obviously, from our standpoint, we're going to want to make sure that the resolution is discreetly focused on the mitigation that's required for the impact on in the state's interest, the intersection, and not related to superfluous issues. But we would like to be able to work with the staff so that when we do come back, we're not trying to slice and dice at the table and do wordsmithing, because I know that just kind of drives everyone crazy. So I think that would be productive use of our time if we can ideally come to the table and say, this is the resolution that everyone agrees on, or that we have some few remaining points. But that you have the time to go through it and understand it and be prepared for that meeting and not have to continue once again. And then just a point to Patty, yes, the height poles are correct to the heights. That's off the current datum, and so what you see out there is the heights of
Okay,
the
great. Thank you, Chris.
of the buildings.
But
Not for,
Steve,
Okay, I would also add to the list, the transit component of the 1041 review. I think getting people from this project to the transit is important. It's mentioned some sidewalk might need to be built to make it better. I know walking along there, you're walking on one side. When you're right by the fire station, it seems like you're perhaps walking in the road, or you have to cut across the road at some point. I think that looking at the pedestrian access from where you are to the Raft bus stop, I think is important, and the safety of crossing Baltic Avenue should be addressed in some fashion. And I know it's not just your problem, it's also a problem of North 40 residents, but it is part of our 1041 review.
so,
Got it.
Patty?
so Steve, as far as Chris, I don't mind you guys, kind of trying to fine tune the reso as best you can, but we won't, until we have the information and have a discussion, know exactly what conditions, the specifics to the mitigation, et cetera, we're gonna have. So I don't wanna waste anybody's time in this interim coming up with a fine-tuned, to-be-accepted reso when it may not be what the board decides to accept at the meeting on the 23rd. But there might be some issues you can address and clean up in the reso between this time and that time. Steve
looks
Kelly's
like
got,
Cindy wants to jump in. Steve.
Steve Kelly.
I
Kelly.
have comments, but it looks like Cindy's trying to jump in here.
No, I just wanted to, yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to say that if we are to sit down together, we would appreciate the same thing with Chris and his team on this, because we had asked for some additional information, some of which we didn't get into about 2 hours ago, and feel like it's going to take a lot of effort on both sides to sit down and look at all the details that the board, I think, deserves to see.
Great, we'll hold you to it.
Thank you.
Okay. Great.
No, Kelly was next.
Oh.
She's had her hand up for a
Yeah,
while.
thanks, Steve. I agree with what I'm hearing here. I wanted to say that we have heard now from homeowners who paid in a long time ago. We've heard from other entities that have paid in for traffic mitigation as part of their funding. So I think Chris's implication that he's just being hit up for a fee without any basis to it is really off base, and I don't think it really added anything positive to the conversation, I have to say. But it did bring up the question I had regarding special district. Do we have a special district out there that we need to revisit, or should we be creating one? As we see these projects coming through the pipeline, are we going to be putting this together? And I don't know when or how we would begin that, but maybe it's time to have that conversation. I want to thank Chris for bringing it up. But it just seems that, maybe we need some more clarity on the fees and the mitigation fees that are paid, and where they're going and where they're kept, and we'll start getting an idea of what we're going to be spending. And I'm sure GR's study will help us with that. But clearly we see what's happening and where the ABC is going, and so maybe it's time to do that. And if we've already begun that and I didn't know, I apologize to those who are doing the heavy lifting.
Okay, and Kelly?
Thank you.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I'm getting
We're tired.
cross-eyed
It's
over
a long
here.
conversation.
Yeah,
We're going on, 4 hours here. No, I would just note, despite the fact that my mask says namaste, there's actually a bit of frustration seething under here. And a continuation is totally appropriate, because I feel like we're still too far apart. And to illustrate that a little bit, I just want to throw out there that, from my preference, and I think county made effort to try and have a collaborative conversation that brought in multiple districts about a good future community plan for this neighborhood. And, that was not accepted by this district, by other districts. And so this type of project is being used to divide constituencies, as if somehow someone in my district is different from someone in your district. And, you know, that's frustrating to me. And so we're really far apart just as far as that goes. And then, you know, I'm fully, you know, I'm a big proponent of affordable housing. I am 100% supportive of our emergency responders. We are dealing with the same needs in our sheriff's office, and we have to tackle that with eyes wide open. But, you know, the fire district is in front of us as a developer, and that's how I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the criteria of the code as I would to try to fairly and equitably apply that to any developer that comes before us. And so this lack of collaboration is coming through by not wanting to honor our code, not wanting to even adhere to our community development calculations, you know, not playing nice with the neighbors, not having questionable adherence to the ballot language. Like, you know, these are problems, and we don't have a whole lot of leverage here. And I think that trying to be very thoughtful about what your specific transportation impacts are is what we have a responsibility to do. And where I do agree is that, you know, I'd like to see more detail coming forward about the list of those mitigation plans and what the expected cost is and what that fair share is. You know, not only because that's fair to the applicant, but because I want to make sure that we're giving a fair shake to the taxpayers who should be, you know, requiring that all developers pay their fair share, which we apply across our development projects. So I still feel really far away from coming to an approval on this development permit application. And, you know, the request for our study that we're paying for, because this is important, I want that detail. I want it to give enough time for GR to feel like it's firm enough to come before us, so we're not wasting the fire district's time by saying, oh, this still needs work, we still need massaging. Like, let's just get that study right so that we don't waste your time anymore on it. Let's figure out what the mitigation projects are, what the cost is, and put that all on the table, I think, in more detail. And so that's where I'm at on this. Thanks for hearing me out. You know, I've had a little frustration with some of the tone from some of the consultants today. You know, there's a little snarkiness in there that I haven't appreciated 3 hours in. So I'll just ask to maybe rein that in at the next meeting, please, because thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
So I would echo what Kelly just said. I have an incredible amount of patience. I used to teach first and second graders and drove school bus for 16 years, so you know that I have a lot of patience. I know that the fire district is probably frustrated by this process too, wishing it would just be over and they could start building their project. We really have at heart the best interest of the community, the health and safety and protectionist issues of the entire community. So we want to make this project right, and all of us realize we want to get affordable housing for firefighters, and we want to do it in the best way possible. Not trying to second guess what your board has come up with. I think different people have come up with ideas that I think might be an improvement on what you have, and I think you should listen carefully also to what some of the suggestions have been, perhaps would improve your project. So I foresee some affordable housing on your property there at the North 40. How much it will be, I'm not sure at this point. It might end up being the 17 units. The drawings and everything of it, it is a very nice looking project. We want to just make sure it's the right project. So at that, I'll leave it at that, and
Call the question, unless there's.
we will call the question unless there's any further comment from any board members. Seeing none, all in favor of continuing this project, this application until September 22nd, say aye.
23rd.
September 23rd.
Aye.
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 Thank you, guys. Thanks all of you, and thank the public.
Yeah, definitely.
And thank you to the board. And I know that some of my comments sound frustrated. We've been working on this, submitted in January. So, you know, to hear that we have to wait for a project or a study that's just been started until September, it is frustrating, and I'll let that frustration come through. But that's where it's sourced, and I'm sorry if it came across, you know, frustrating way. So we'll see you in September.
And also, thanks to all of the members of the public and the firefighters and the neighbors who all sat through our whole meeting. Some of you clear from the beginning, you were right in there at 12 o'clock also, and it's 6:40 now. So, Rick?
Mr. Chair, if I could make a quick comment, it won't be very long. I just wanted to tell you guys thanks, number one. And number two, I just wanted to be very clear for the record. We appreciate everyone's comments, but I can tell you this unequivocally, by keep pushing this down the road, it is going to cost taxpayers more money at the end of the day. It's going to extend how long the construction is going to be. It's going to extend when we can start the project, meaning it's going to cost us more money, which means our taxpayers are going to pay more money for this project if we continue this. I just want to make that for the record.
Okay, and all of us as commissioners understand that. We've been through that on different projects over and over again. We understand that.
But it could cost less. We don't know that yet.
Okay, thank you. And we have...
Just call the question.
Did we vote? We did vote.
Did we vote?
We did vote, yes. We have one more item on our agenda, that is open discussion, and I don't know if we have any open discussion items.
Phyllis was supposed to have joined us, but I don't know if she's taken over for John.
For commissioners, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. The news about the closure of Independence Pass indefinitely until the Grizzly Fire is under control is out already. That news article came out very rapidly after our conversation earlier this morning or this afternoon. A good thing. One of the questions that came along was, and I think this should be addressed by someone, maybe the Sheriff's Department, just why close the pass if you can just filter out the big trucks? And I know that's tough. You need people on the ground. But that was a question that came up, and I think we're going to have to answer that, because people do want to drive on, over the pass in their regular-sized cars. And I know it's a difficult question, but somebody's going to be asking, and we should have an answer for it.
Can I tag on?
Patty, yes.
Greg, just so you know, I mentioned it to John Peacock in his further discussions with CDOT and the governor's office, that again, we look at, because all of our resources are stretched in with law enforcement, if there's any opportunity to bring in the National Guard to stand on either side of the pass and maybe allow passenger vehicles to go over, because I am concerned about our pushing this issue onto our neighboring jurisdictions. I'm sure they're going to have concerns about more traffic being deferred through their communities. So I think it might be a win-win for this entire region if we have some kind of further assistance with law enforcement on either side of the pass.
Okay.
Other than that, I think it's time that we
George,
maybe...
did you have your hand raised? You were doing something there with your hand, I wasn't sure. Okay, John Ely.
Not to slow us down or anything, but I did want to let the board know that I was authorized to send that letter on the White Banks mine out to the state regulating office, the MLRB, or working with the MLRB, and I got a response from the Attorney General virtually the next day stating that the temporary cessation of activity status that they were considering is going to be withdrawn, and that the hearing that was initially set or has been set for August will be probably bounced to September, and the purpose of that hearing will be discuss the revocation of Congdon's permit and his right to enter the mine. So, just to let you know.
Okay, thanks for the update on that.
The other side of that coin is we'll probably have another operator, but we'll be able to reevaluate all the conditions on the mining operation before it starts up again.
Okay. Any further open discussion items for today? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved for adjournment.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to adjourn.
Thanks, guys.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Bye.
Thank you,
See you on
everybody.
Tuesday. Oh, no, see you tomorrow, airport.
Yeah,
See you tomorrow.
Airport meeting at 4 o'clock tomorrow at Door Hosier.
George?